Hey everybody! Welcome to the Anime Evening stream! Thank you all for being here. And it's, you know what day it is? It's the coolest of days. It's the AnimorningChallenge day! Yeah! And we have here today a very special, awesome guest and friend, JJConway! Hey JJ!
Hey, how's it going?
Hey! Can everybody hear JJ okay? Let us know if the audio is alright. JJ is going to be helping us to give critique and feedback to you guys on the submissions. We're super happy and lucky and just thankful that he's here to help us out.
Happy to be here. It's super exciting to be here.
Resting Bone says, hi JJ, who is JJ? Who is JJ?
Who
is JJ? Well, I was going to say, let me tell you, but...
Nobody.
I mean, Bots of Magic says, JJ, I love your work. So yeah, some people know. Some people know.
know.
JJ, can you tell us who you are? What you up to at the minute? What have you been up to the past couple of years?
Hey, so I'm JJConway. I have been in animation since 2011, and I was a storyboard artist for many years. And then on Rise of the Ninja Turtles, I started directing. And then I was the head of story for the Rise of the Ninja Turtles movie with Kevin Molina Ortiz, who's the other co-head of story. And then I directed on Transformers Earthspark. And I'm currently directing on a project at Flying Bark.
Woohoo! Man, so awesome. I have had the absolute pleasure to get to work with JJ on some stuff. And he is not only an incredible teacher and team leader, but his work is off the chain. So you guys are super lucky that he's carved out his time to come here and check out some of the work. Thank you so much for being here, JJ.
Happy to be here.
We have to get you on more streams if we can.
Yeah, totally.
Heck yes.
I'm down.
All right. Oh, we were going to show some work of JJ's as well, so you guys can see what JJ does.
Yeah, let's head on over.
Oh my gosh, is that a sub from Patrick Stannard?
Yo, Patrick.
Patrick, thank you so much. What? Patrick's here, and we've got JJ on stream. This stream is already too powerful.
It's blessed.
It's been blessed. Hey, Patrick. Hope you're doing okay. Thank you so much for the sub.
Just kick it.
I didn't mean to kick it.
Okay, there.
Just throwing it all
right,
over the place.
let's go through the other room, and we'll show some of JJ's work.
Sounds good.
Here we are.
Here we are.
This is JJ's work.
This is JJ's work. Look at it, isn't it beautiful?
It moves. Give me a sec.
There's more to it.
Yeah. I don't know if there's audio with it, but if there is, I'll let you know.
Those who have watched Rise of the TMNT might recognize this. Those who haven't should watch Rise of the TMNT.
Yeah, no options. There's no option C to that.
Yeah, this is my daily shout out for Rise of the TMNT. You should all watch it. It's amazing.
Ta-da.
Yeah.
Oh, there is audio.
Let us see how they fare against my patented.
Can people hear it?
Yeah.
I can't hear it.
I can't hear it either.
I can hear it.
Okay, Mike's the chosen one. He can hear it.
Whoa, the macho gazpacho fury kick.
Mesmerizing to see it in person.
I love this sequence so much.
Now, where was
I called dibs on it. I told Alan I wanted to do it.
I guess the camera adds 5.
You're like, I must have this.
Yeah.
I am here for my sons.
I bugged him for weeks about it.
That won't be happening.
You've done so much good stuff with Draxon as well, specifically. I always think of the musical episode.
Hey, he's my favorite. One of my favorites. I love that guy. He's so much fun.
Yeah. God, this fight is so cool.
Whoa. Oh. I think it barked. One sec. Got it.
Oh no, don't stop on my passing poses.
Oh no, we get to watch it again. Oh.
Don't pose on those don't pause on those panels that are meant to be on for 3 frames.
I think it's barking, but we got the gist,
yeah,
right?
we did. I guess you guys would just have to watch Rise of TMNT if you want to see how this fight resolves. Huh?
Yeah.
Waggling our eyebrows at you. But yeah.
Now on Paramount Plus. Wait, is it on Netflix? It's on Netflix, right?
The movie is.
Series,
the
I think, in
series
some
still isn't,
regions.
I don't think.
How
yeah, you
dare
guys
they.
can
I
check
know,
it out here.
right? Make it easier to watch, please.
All right, and then screens. Turn this off. Alrighty.
We're just getting everything set up, and then we'll be able to see your guys' awesome work. Thank you everyone who submitted this month. Hope you had fun doing it.
Are you guys on the first one that you're going to be reviewing? So, and then I'll turn it on. Just make sure. I'm just making sure.
Martine, is this the first, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Okay. And then let me grab the form that I linked you guys. So I have that. We're professional.
We are. Just bear with us. It's gonna happen.
Okay. Right, we're good.
Patrick says, wish I could have participated. Plate just too full lately. That's completely understandable, Patrick. Don't worry about it. Hopefully we'll do an AnimorningChallenge at some point that you'll be free enough to participate in. Don't worry.
Alrighty, it's up.
Oh, and I got my popcorn already. Perfect. All right. So let's see. I could read out what Martina has written. However, Martina has just pasted in the entirety of a chunk of our creepypasta that we wrote last Halloween. So if anyone in chat was there for when we wrote Kill Gil, then you guys will know what this is. The general premise is that it's a haunted aquarium and people are hanging out in it and weird stuff starts to happen to one of the people there. And that's it. So I'll save you guys from reading the entire thing through again because we do have the voice to text on this submission as well.
That's true, yeah.
Amazing.
Should have the audio here. It's all good.
Cool.
Awesome.
Should we check it out then?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's hit play on this bad boy. Have a look.
Shush. I think someone's in here. I know. You two are so cute. Shut up, I'm not cute. I wondered where you were sneaking off to. Lame. This isn't empty. I know. There's a mermaid in the corner. A mermaid? Come on, mermaids aren't real. This isn't the real world. This is an alternate reality. Who knows what's possible? Are you on drugs? Allison, stop. It's down there. Waiting for me. Come on, Allison. Maybe we should go back to class.
So frightening. Such a
Writers
harrowing tale.
truly should be scared about AI coming for replacing them. Look at the quality of the writing.
Absolutely, yeah. I know. You can just feel the tension all the way through.
I love the amount of pause Martina's added between like the "Are you on drugs" line.
Oh my gosh, I know. That gets me every time. The erupt ending as well. So funny. Oh my gosh.
All right. Let's see. I'm gonna watch through again, and I'll flag anything I see. Probably watch through it twice.
Amazing. Thank you, JJ.
I've muted it just so we don't hear scrubbing. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
So first question, you're the one that said this takes place in an aquarium, right? It's not in the dialogue, right?
Yes.
So off the bat, I would not gather that from watching this. And so there's a few things you can do. Since it's not in the dialogue, that's something that you'll need to communicate visually if you think that's important for the audience to know. And it almost always is going to be important for the audience to be able to kind of ground themselves in kind of the environment and locations. They just kind of understand the context of things that are happening. And honestly, it's the super simple like path of least resistance is, kind of just put like fish, like, swimming around, maybe potentially, some kid. Oh, jeez, that's a small person, not a kid. Like a kid looking at like fish in the background. That's just the path of least resistance version, but something to kind of. My cat agrees.
Ours too.
Something to. Could you guys hear him screaming at me?
Yes.
We're also hearing Kuma in the background, so it's...
They're having a conversation with each other. It's incredible.
Perfect. He's been quiet all morning, but not now. Setting up the aquarium. So anytime, you're starting a scene off, it's always just important to kind of just ground the location. And if it's not called out in the even if it is called out in the dialogue, but especially if it's not, take a minute to set up where this is. And so, like I said, path of least resistance, just draw some fish in the water tanks. The way I would do it if I was handling the scene, I usually like to kind of present a shot or two that are, you might not necessarily have context for it immediately, but then you understand very quickly what you're looking at. I kind of think about it like, I don't usually like starting a scene with your, that wide establishing shot, because I feel like that's visual exposition, and I think that's really unengaging. So I usually try to start with like a piece of the scene that makes the audience basically ask, what is this? What am I looking at? And then answer that question for them with the establishing shot. Satoshi Kon would kind of do stuff like that. The Every Frame of Painting video talks about that. I think it's Every Frame of Painting talks about that a lot, where he'll start with like a close-up of a scene and then reveal what you're actually looking at. And to me, I kind of call it like question answer storytelling, where it's I feel it engages me more as a viewer. And so in this case, I might start on just like a close shot of a fish, and then have, maybe someone walks, on the other side of the tank and looks at it, ooh, if only I could draw that. Wait a minute, I'm gonna clear this. Oh my gosh, this cat. Something where it's kind of like, you just start on like stupid fish. The audience is like, oh, it's a fish. Where are we? Why are we looking at a fish? But then if you have, a kid walk in behind, looking at it like, woo, and the fish swims away, that is that's kind of more active storytelling, because, oh, fish, where are we? Oh, child walks in. This must be a fish tank. And then you cut wide, and, maybe that fish or that kid is like, like standing here or something like that, as the fish is kind of swimming around in here. Then that's the kind of thing that is like, it's kind of feeding the audience information rather than just dumping it on them.
Yeah, I really like the way you described that as active storytelling. It makes a lot of sense. Like, you're hooking the audience in with kind of a visual mystery almost, that they have to construct actively rather than just passively absorbing the exposition via the establishing shot.
Yeah.
The Rugrats technique is how I like to think of it. Every single episode of the Rugrats would start on something just indiscernible, and then you would work out what it was, like in the next shot.
Yeah. I'm gonna watch this again.
Well, I know a great thing that sometimes we do as well when we're boarding is because the characters are all very similar here, sometimes giving them individual colours just helps to separate who's who and make it easy to tell at a glance.
Yeah, that's something we did a lot on Ninja Turtles. We like each color. Some people would fill each turtle a different color. I preferred to make their line art the different colors, because that way, if I didn't get around to filling the characters, it's a lot less noticeable.
Nice, I see. And there was me thinking it was because it looks kind of weird when you try and put tone onto coloured characters, but that makes much more sense. It's just a time save.
Yeah, it's because if I only fill half my scenes, you're gonna know which ones I didn't fill. If it's the fill that's orange and red and blue.
Yeah, it takes
but
4 times longer.
if it's just a line.
Yep, 4 times longer to colour them all individual colours rather than just white.
Yep. But no, that's a really good note, because it allows you to shorthand your drawings while still keeping things clear for somebody who's watching it that doesn't necessarily know what's happening. The number one type of note I give to my artists at work is clarity notes. Just making sure the story points are clear, character motivations are clear, camera motivations are clear, making sure the subject of a shot is clear. That's the most important thing to me. I always favor clarity over style, because to me it doesn't matter how stylish it is if you're confused watching it.
Yeah.
And coloring your characters is a really, really easy way to add clarity without over-rendering your work.
Yeah, absolutely.
Neat stuff. So, I know there's probably a bit in this where it's supposed to be kind of awkward because it is, visualizing a creepypasta written by an AI.
Yes.
If we're treating it, if we are treating it and assuming that, we want this to play straight, one thing I'll also flag here, I think the line is something like, "Shh, someone's in here with us." You want to think about how to make the audience feel that. It's, if you were treating this as a proper horror scene, just saying that isn't going to communicate that to the audience. They're not going to feel it, and so it's not going to land at all to them. So when you come across a moment like that where someone says, "Shh, someone's here," you're going to want moments where they hear something and they react and they look around, and then you cut to their POV as they're looking around this empty room, and maybe you lay in some shadows so that it's unsettling, and it feels like there's places that someone could be but you don't see them. Then when the character speaks off screen and they kind of look, that's, again, it's kind of like that, question and answer storytelling. The audience has that question, where is the person? Then you present them with the answer. Oh, they're there.
Yeah, like putting yourself in the headspace of the characters, or putting the audience in the headspace of the characters.
Yeah. Yeah, it just makes it feel less impersonal. You want to, the closer you can relate to the characters driving the scene, the more engaged and invested you're going to be as an audience member.
Gotcha.
One thing I would suggest here with this specific framing is it's not generally when you have a character's eye line looking this, if they're looking right to left, generally this is considered dead space, all of this stuff over here. And that's, you generally don't want that. There are times where you break that rule to create certain impacts and certain effects, but but it's the kind of thing you need to be consciously making a choice to break that rule. So mostly I would frame, so if we're cutting from here to that character, the character would probably be staged on this side of the screen.
So you're kind of
Again,
giving
looking here.
Giving that eye line kind of room.
Exactly. Because that almost, in a weird way, like this, the way they're looking it's like part of the, it's almost part of the subject. Like it's almost, it's kind of like a weird abstract thing to describe, but you want to feel, you want to have room for that. Otherwise it feels like this character's looking and falling off the frame.
Yeah.
And again, sometimes that you can make that choice intentionally, but it's the kind of thing you want to make sure you have a really strong understanding of the rules that you're breaking, so that you know when and why you're breaking them, or you can break them with intention.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I've skipped ahead. Oh no.
Oops.
And also just in terms of basic shot reverse shot, you want to this doesn't break the 180 line, but it does break screen direction, because this character, I'm just going to label them A, they should stay on the same side of the frame, so that when we cut, they should still be on this side of the frame, and that just keeps your reverse shot a lot more clear.
Mm-hmm.
And also, if they're on this side, if they're on the screen right, when they go to walk, that gives them room to actually move.
Yeah.
On a shot like this, I like the idea of using character movement to create different compositions. Like you're changing your character blocking to change the composition, and that's a strong technique. That's something that like Kurosawa does a lot. One thing I would suggest, at least in this case, is also move your camera so that, again, you don't end up with a third of your screen having dead space. And so if you just adjust the camera over a little bit so that these characters are framed, with less dead space, then it's the kind of thing that kind of becomes like invisible storytelling that you're kind of like subconsciously aware of, but you're not drawn to, or you're not like consciously aware of it.
Yeah, like the character movement motivates the camera move to just keep that character in frame.
Exactly.
So would you have the camera be like zooming into where you would crop, or would you have it more cropped to begin with?
I would probably pan it. I wouldn't. I generally I use zoom in and zoom out pretty specifically to draw attention to something. Specifically zoom in. I almost only use that to draw attention to something. Okay. And so I wouldn't use it here. Instead, I would just, if your start framing is, here, I would, kind of adjust. Oh my gosh, my cats. I would adjust
It's
it
okay.
just slightly like this so that they are, so your characters are kind of. Can you hear what's going on?
I can't. I can't.
Not really.
Only you, JJ.
Oh my god. One of my cats has cornered the other cat, and they're under my table, and they're just like growling and hissing at each other.
Oh no.
It's crazy.
The drama.
But I know. But so if you adjust the camera then your three characters can be framed, kind of these guys should be more on each third. And that'll create a really strong, focused composition.
Yeah, and you can have your character walk into that composition with the pan.
Exactly. So I'm gonna watch this.
Martina's put a fisheye lens on that one.
Yeah, I like the how unsettling that this shot is. That's effective.
Yeah, there's like a warp to it, isn't there, almost?
Yeah.
Quite cool.
We're seeing the shot
That's
from one of the fish in the aquarium. Because it's fisheye.
So one clarity thing. So you have these characters grouped on screen left and this character on screen right. And then we cut to this composition where now this character is framed in the middle. And then we cut to a shot where it's just these two characters. The geography, so by cutting around like that, the geography starts to become a little hazy, especially since the shot before this one is this shot where the creepy person is staring almost straight into camera. Something my producer Ciro would say is when a character looks at something, the next shot is generally what they're looking at. So having this shot makes it feel like this is that character's point of view. But I don't think that's what's happening, because the way you've blocked it has these characters now kind of looking this direction. So that implies that the actual kind of scene layout is more like this. All I have to say, be careful with your just how you block your characters, so that you want to make sure your audience isn't confused about where characters are geographically in the scene and where they are in relationship to each other. And a way to do that I do literally all the time is just drawing a simple map like this down here. And I'll literally draw my 180 line. I'll draw this on a Post-it and slap it on my Cintiq so that I can always tell what my screen direction should be.
That's such a good idea. Oh my gosh. I'm stealing that.
No, dude, literally all the time. Even for like Mascot Melee, like that dance off. Like I had a Post-it with a Post-it with kind of where the mascots were, where the turtles were, kind of and then also the other thing that I do, another thing creating a little confusion here is that the background is just a gradient. And that's confusing because one of the things that a background can provide you is anchor points to help anchor the audience where they are in a location. And something I try to do on every scene I storyboard is put one anchor point on each side of basically your one of the screen direction. And so, for example, in Mascot Melee, behind the turtles was a statue, and behind the mascots were some bleachers. And so, or it was like bleachers that were in front of like a building that had a screen on it. And what that allowed me to do was basically like, when I was running out of time, you know, if I drew a shot that was like as sloppy as this, if I had that screen up here, even if it was just as crappy as this, you knew that these were the mascots. And then if I had a shot like this, where, you know, it was like a turtle, or it's just like that, and then you saw that like that statue, you knew that these were the turtles. And that's a trick I use all the time, because it's just such an easy way to just keep things anchored and clear. It's like, oh, and so in this case, especially since there is no background, it's really easy to get lost in the geography and the character blocking.
That's really good
like
advice.
giving yourself a landmark is such a good tip.
Yeah, and that's literally like on the map. That's literally something where like I would draw like, oh, this is where the screen is, and oh, this is where that is.
Yeah.
Like I literally do it for everything I storyboard as best I can.
Yeah, because you can always find
don't.
something, right? Like, even if you're in a forest, just like, okay, this side has like a bit of a clearing and this side has like a stump.
Yeah, like the in the opening to the Rise of the Ninja Turtles movie, that line, or it was basically, you know, Leo on the
Statue of
ground
Liberty and stuff.
we had like Statue of Liberty behind Leo, and then Burning City behind, was that Casey?
Yeah.
Oh no, it was Mikey was here, and then Casey was here. Like, the Statue of Liberty here was super intentional, and it was to create that landmark on one side.
So cool.
Just gotta watch through the end, see if there's anything more.
Absolute horror classic.
It's great. India, anything you want to add to Martine's exercise?
No, I think that was fantastic, JJ. Thank you so much. No, I stand behind everything you said, and you saw some stuff that I hadn't thought of, so that was great. I'm learning too. Let's see if we can...
You're learning, and you don't have to do the revisions for it.
Oh my gosh, what is this dream reality we're in? Wow. Let's see, who is next on the docket? We have Call of the Wild by Mwema Duma. So let me just get that up and I'll read out what they said. Okay, so this is the excerpt that they chose. Close in under the sheltering rock, Buck made his nest. So snug and warm was it that he was loath to leave it when Francois distributed the fish which he had first thawed over the fire. But when Buck finished his ration and returned, he found his nest occupied. A warning snarl told him that the trespasser was Spitz. Till now Buck had avoided trouble with his enemy, but this was too much. The beast in him roared. He sprang upon Spitz with a fury which surprised them both, and Spitz particularly, for his whole experience with Buck had gone to teach him that his rival was an unusually timid dog who managed to hold his own only because of his great weight and size. So it sounds like we have a clash between animals here.
Cool. Hey, just like my cats.
Yeah, just like what's happening in JJ's house right now. Amazing.
Perfect. So topical. Let's see. All right, let's watch.
Yeah, I get him.
All right. So, kind of like I was talking, what I was saying before about how you can, how I like to kind of engage the audience and kind of get them asking questions and then give them those answers. I think this actually kind of starts in a really good way, kind of in that regard. We start on the sky, kind of asks or kind of gets the audience going, all right, sky, what next? And then we pan down, show the dog, and the dog reacts to something. It begs the question, what's the dog reacting to? And then we adjust out and show a fish at a fire. Like, what's going on here? The audience asks that, and then that question is immediately answered. Oh, the dog is watching somebody cook a fish. That's the kind of question and answer that I think is really engaging and what I try to bring into my storytelling.
Yeah, nice.
One thing I would suggest is when it comes to framing, you know, in your shot, I think it's you always want to be very intentional about what the subject of your shot is. And so when we look at this, we have, you know, if our thirds are kind of like probably kind of just like a basic, or, you know, just don't want to assume anything. Generally when you're composing any kind of picture, you can break your image into thirds, and these points are kind of like pillars. They're like just really aligning things on thirds just makes strong compositions. So when I look at the thirds of this shot, I think the subject is your dog, but it is kind of below. It's kind of below your bottom third, so it almost kind of falls off the bottom a little bit, and kind of this area is kind of like your prime. That's where the eye is first going to look, and then your eye will be drawn to anything that's kind of like aligned right on the thirds. So the rock becomes a big element. And so I think one thing you should think about, at least for your end composition, is ways to make this dog truly the subject of the shot, bring the audience's eye to it. And the first thing I would do is I would kind of raise the dog a little bit so that it is actually on a third rather than below it. My gut would be to actually center it, kind of put it more like on the horizontal, you know, kind of more like here. And then what I would do is you can think about the nice thing about just, you know, drawing something from scratch is you can add things to your scene to help reinforce the composition that you want. And so right now this part of the frame isn't helping reinforce the subject of your shot. It's giving it environmental information, which is also good, but trying to hit both of those, environmental information and reinforce the subject of your shot, those are it's better if you can do both rather than one or the other. Okay. And so it's the kind of thing where if my dog's here, you still have, the trees back here, but I might add even something as simple as just some foreground grass to kind of help block this area off. Just adding that foreground grass and then keeping this rock here starts to create a frame for your dog, especially with that big rock. It's like, especially if that big rock is there. That kind of starts to create a frame that the eye is drawn to.
It's amazing how much of a difference that makes.
And then something, a trick that I do, it's like a really good trick, is you can either, in Storyboard Pro, I just rotate the canvas upside down. I think what is it? Is it C and V that rotates the canvas?
Yeah.
I just rotate it upside down because that helps you kind of see it from a new angle and helps you kind of reevaluate what the image looks like rather than what you think it looks like.
Oh, wow.
I don't know how to do that in Sync Sketch, and so I'm kind of like turning my head a little bit. But it's that kind of thing is helps you see it from a different angle.
Do you just want to see it flipped horizontally, or do you want to see it
vertically? I think.
Ooh, either or.
Flip vertically. 1 second. Share screen. If you're watching the stream right now,
that's a good trick, though.
I wonder if I can do that.
It's amazing how much adding a bit of foreground depth in there brings to the composition as well.
Flip vertical. Boom. That didn't work. Never mind.
Don't worry about it, Mike. It's okay.
That's all right. That
should have worked. I don't understand. Oh, I understand now. Now I get it.
Well, someone threw in a Jaffa cake, so that's just as good.
Excellent.
Yes.
Sold.
Hang on.
And also one of the things I don't like about what I did is everything was very linear or very horizontal. If I kind of add an angle here and then maybe, make it so that not everything is on a plane like that, that also is going to help create direction that I want the audience to look. And that'll just things that really, again, it's all about, I don't think there's one correct way to do it, but it's all about asking yourself, what is the subject of my shot? Where do I want my, oh yeah, there it is.
There it is.
I did it.
Perfect.
Yeah, and so like, if I'm looking at it now, I think the dog's probably too low. I'd raise it up a little bit because it's fallen off the top. And these are like tweaks I'll make when it's still upside down, and then I'll flip it back. But yeah, it's like I was saying, the number one note for me is clarity, and just the whole purpose of what I'm saying here is about making sure it's clear to your audience what you want them to take away from this image that you're showing them. Because if that dog is, kind of center, or, the eye is drawn to the dog, then we're already watching the dog when it moves and reacts to something. As it is here, we're kind of taking in the whole scene, and then our eye is drawn to the movement, and that brings us to the dog. But you're almost taking in the dog after they react. And the important thing is we want to see the dogs we want to see that moment. We want to be looking at the dog the moment they react, because that reaction motivates our cut, or not our cut, it motivates what happens next. And I would also, again, just talking clarity, I would raise the fish up a little bit. Really just put it, show the audience exactly what it is. Because as it is here, your the top half of your frame is not being utilized to tell the story. It's, just nothing's happening up here. It's all happening down here. And so when you make your adjust out, really put that, let that fish occupy this middle right third, and bring it up, so that it occupies, up to the top third also.
Because it's now the subject of the frame. So
exactly.
So by using like an increase of scale, you've kind of stolen the attention away from the dog to the fish by contrasting the scale, and then it also shows you how far away from the fish the dog is by that.
Exactly.
That's cool.
Yeah, and also when you do your adjust, something that always helps create strong compositions is, I don't know the math behind it, but triangles create really strong compositions. And so if your dog is more centered and you're or not even centered, but if your fish is higher, then you create like a nice triangle that just feels like it'll when you're looking at it, it feels strong, solid, and your eye kind of knows what to look at. I mentioned this on the last one, but at the last sample, but since we have the dog on screen left, this next shot, the dog should also be on screen left. And it's kind of a if the dog is looking left to right, when we cut, we want that dog to still be looking left to right, because it makes it easier. If the screen direction is well organized, it only takes a couple extra frames to reorient ourselves to what's happening here. But if we don't need to use those extra couple of frames just to reorient ourselves, then that's time that we are spending absorbing the actual story rather than reorienting ourselves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that can take you out of the story too, right? Kind of break your immersion in it a little bit if you're having to spend a moment going, wait, what? Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. And I would also, on this frame, I would ask the question, if I was reviewing this with one of my storyboard artists, I would ask them the question, what is important for the audience to know here? Is it the dog's reaction, or is it the information that the dog's looking at somebody cooking a fish over a fire? And because the way I would note this shot depends on what they're going for, what they're trying to communicate. Because right now it's kind of, I would say, like I was kind of saying at the beginning of when looking at this sample, the question and answer storytelling is good. The ideas are correct. The audience wants to know about the fish, and then this gives them the answer. The problem is that the framing is, again, talking about our thirds. This thing is, that information we're trying to give the audience is falling off of the frame. Basically, I say falling off the frame because kind of anything that happens between a third and the border is overlooked. It's easy to overlook that information. That's not the first place our eye is going to look for information, and it's easy to discard that stuff. That's why if you do a lot of shot studies, for example, you'll see a character, a character might be framed kind of like this, so that their face is the important part. So that might be on a third, so that we know to look at this. But their shoulder is that's not important. That's just there, right? You usually don't see the person. You usually don't see the person framed here on the third, because you're kind of looking for your eye doesn't really go that far on first read. And again, it's all about those precious frames of you don't want the audience to have to reorient themselves every single shot, because that's going to kill your pacing. It's going to make things confusing, and it's going to disengage them from the story you're trying to tell if they're trying to just keep up with what is happening in the scene on like a technical level.
Yeah.
I find it interesting in there where you were saying that like subjects and things too close to the edge of the frame are falling off the frame, because it makes you think of I watched a thing about when things were put onto like VHS, that sort of thing. They would literally crop out like stuff from the film that it was too far out for the aspect ratio.
Yeah,
dude,
aspect ratio is a killer, isn't it?
Yeah, until like super recently. Like when I started in 2011, every shot, basically like the default storyboard template had like TV. It was called TV safe, which was basically like it was literally lines on your storyboard panel that marked, okay, when it goes to a 4:3 television, this stuff is going to get cropped off. So do not frame anything important there.
Yes.
Frame your shots. Frame your shots like this, because anything over here is going to be gone. It will not be there. 4:3 televisions are so uncommon now, at least kind of in the West, that it's I haven't really heard anyone really consider TV safe in probably five or 6 years.
Yeah.
But yeah. Yeah, totally.
The feeling's still there though, isn't it? It perpetuates.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Oh, but yeah, so basically to bring it back, what I might do on this shot is start with the person eating around the fire. Just show, it's just giving the audience that information. Let them see clearly what is happening, because that's the information you want them to take in. And then I might adjust out to something a little closer to this framing. You can even, when you adjust out, you can even have the person start to fall off a little bit if it's truly not important what's happening there anymore. Although I would probably still try to keep them on the third to keep the composition balanced. Because another reason I say it feels like it's falling off the frame is that when you do put important information kind of on these thirds, like or outside the thirds, that like it's an abstract kind of concept, I guess, or way to describe it, but it almost adds weight, like extra weight to the edge.
Oh,
so
yeah, like
that,
compositional weight.
Yeah, so like if you have something important like way over here, it almost makes it feel like the frame is gonna tilt, because it has something like something's weighing it down on the corner, and so having that information kind of like on the third, and then the dog kind of like here.
Is this like storyboarders spider sense?
Yeah,
Kind of,
like
yeah.
feeling the weight.
Yeah, it's that stuff that's like really unhelpful, because it's like you feel it in your gut, and it's like you got to train someone. All right, like I had to learn how to, when I was learning guitar and, you know, learning how to tune by ear, there's like, you can tell that two strings are in tune because like you can hear the vibrations getting more in tune with each other. And it's like, it's the kind of thing that's like, at first, like I couldn't hear it, but once you can hear it, it's like, oh yeah, no, there it is. Do new 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 new. Oh yeah, that's right. That's in tune now. But
Yeah.
it's like weirdly abstract.
Yeah, it's true though. Like it's something that the audience feels for sure. It's like you were saying earlier with the uncomfortable feeling you get when someone is framed close to the edge of frame and looking off frame. It's like you can use those compositions deliberately to make the audience uncomfortable or to make them feel uneasy. But in general, if you're not trying to go for that, keeping things with a bit more room and headroom and giving them like a comfier space in the frame is helpful.
I feel like my comparison to that tuning example is the hue shift in Photoshop, where I just control you and just be like, I'm gonna nudge it until it feels right. And it's exactly that feeling of like, okay, this color's wrong, and then I'll just slide it and be like, there. And how do you even describe to someone like when it feels correct? I don't know.
Yeah. To India, I feel like we've had like reviews where I'm like, select that layer and nudge it a couple of frames.
Yes.
Or nudge it a couple of pixels. Wait, one back. Perfect.
There, and then it's like, oh, that feels so much better. What happened? Yeah, or just like enlarging something a little bit or shrinking something a little bit. Those little tweaks make a big difference.
Yeah.
It's a gut thing.
It really is. And that's one of the reasons like when like a really young person like in high school says like, I want a storyboard, what can I do right now to do that? The thing I always say is like, watch as many movies and cartoons as you can right now, because like you want to build your visual library so that all of this stuff is just like instinct. So that you're training your eye, you're training your gut to know, oh, this is right. Oh, this doesn't feel right. Why doesn't it feel right? And you know, in giving yourself frame, you watch anything you can to give yourself frame of reference to compare yourself against. And when I say compare yourself against, I mean like check yourself against. Like, this shot's not feeling right, but it's supposed to feel like that shot in Ghostbusters. Let me watch Ghostbusters again. Oh, that's why, because they actually have this foreground element blocking off the left side of the frame, and for me it's just dead space right now. So if I add that, oh, perfect.
Yeah. Sometimes that's why watching bad movies is equally helpful, because you can watch a bad movie and be like, why did that sequence feel so disconnected? And then learn what you shouldn't do.
It's true. One example off the top of my head about a shot that's kind of framed weird, but was done so intentionally was it's a scene that Kevin boarded in Transformers episode 18. I think what did they end up calling that one? Was it Home?
It was
the one where they go to Philly.
Part 2, I think.
He did this shot where Bumblebee is framed.
Yes.
He's framed like this.
I know the exact shot.
Yeah. And the reason he does that is it gives some stage over here, because the important thing that actually happens in this scene is that a laser sight comes in, and then Bumblebee turns his head to look at it. And that gives room for that to happen. Not
to get too super lofty and pretentious with it as well, but I always really liked about that shot the fact that it makes Bumblebee feel like he's more in the dark in that moment, because there's this big space of stuff he doesn't know behind him, and he can't see off the frame in front of him. So it makes him feel like he's not only more alone in trying to figure out what's going on, but that there's something he's not seeing that is about to bite him in the ass, essentially.
And when you look at it, like you were saying, like you look at the darks of it, it's still a strong composition.
Yeah.
It's the negative space behind him is still balanced by the way that Bumblebee himself is framed. And I normally, I'm not good at framing shots like this. It's something that whenever I see Kevin do it, I'm like, how does this?
How does his brain
kid do it? Because my brain. One of the notes I'll also give a lot with shots like this is I don't like things being telegraphed, and sometimes so the bad framing of this is if Bumblebee is standing here, looking off screen, but he's like standing upright, so that this is just straight negative space, and then something happens back there. And I don't like that, because to me it telegraphs, oh, this is totally dead space. That means something is going to happen back there. And it's like when you're watching old Scooby-Doo and you go, oh, those leaves are pink. Those aren't part of the background. Those are on a cell layer. That means someone's going to come out of those leaves, right?
Patrick just called out the exact same thing in chat, which is amazing. But yeah, absolutely. Like you're pulling the rug out from underneath the surprise you're going to give your audience. Like you're weakening the emotive response they're going to get because you're scuppering that surprise for them early.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Sorry, you go. No, you go.
Oh, I was just gonna say I'm not good at framing shots like that. Kevin's really good at it. He's like he's a master. It's like the thing with Kevin's boards is like it's easy to be seduced by how like posed out and clean they are, but it's like it's too easy to look at the storyboard and not look at the story that he's telling.
Yes.
Like his storytelling is it's honestly underrated. Like people talk way too much about how flashy he is and not about how utterly brilliant he is and meticulous and thoughtful he is as a storyteller. And that's like just one of the best things about working on the Rise movie was actually like getting to like sit and like look at his boards and go, hey Kevin, so like why did you do this? Like what are you thinking here? And actually like getting to hear like, oh well, I'm trying to do this. I wanted to like I had this like subtext I wanted to add, and so if we cross like the 180 line here, symbolically that's represents the scene flipping on its head, and because everything they know just changed. Like there's a moment in I can't remember if it was an early version of a scene. Oh, I think it was an early version of the scene that got pretty rewritten. But like in the notes we gave to the board artist, he was talking about like, yeah, let's strategically break screen direction at this moment because everything the turtles knew about the world just changed. Mm-hmm. And so like everything like this moment forward in the movie, everything is different. I'm like, damn, this guy's playing chess and I'm playing freaking checkers.
He's playing 4D chess. It's so true. Like he's amazing at the flashy stuff, yes, but people don't tend to notice the stuff that he's good at where it's the subtleties of storytelling, and he's a master of those too. Like it feels like his board's kind of the perfect balance between emotional storytelling and clarity. Just like you were saying earlier, like he gets the emotional compositions in there, but everything that he's saying with his board is so clear and concise, and every scene he boards does so much weight. Each composition does so much weight pulling the story along and telling what you need to know. That studying his stuff is master. Yeah, he's a master. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he can. People don't realize how good he is at emotional storytelling and subtle, tense storytelling, as well as just awesome fight scenes.
Yeah. But enough about Kevin.
Yeah. You have to get in your Kevin appreciation hours every time you talk about storyboarding. It's the law.
Like it just happens because I study his work so much.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people do, to be honest. Like, I've seen a lot of stuff in the past year or two where I've been like, that person's looked at Kevin's work.
But moving on, one thing I would suggest that there's this transition that happens. And I don't know that I would actually do a transition here because I feel like story is happening off screen now. I feel like, your brain fills in the gaps. Oh, dog walks over to person. Now dog has meat and is eating it and is happy. But you're losing a bunch of opportunity to tell the audience something about the dog and the person's relationship. Because up to this point, we don't know. Does this dog belong to the person? Is this dog a stray? Does this person like dogs? Does this person dislike dogs? Is this person scared of the dog? There's all these questions that are answered. They're not even answered off screen. That we skip past learning that stuff about these two characters. And kind of at the end of the day, character, like I think, to me, the things I always remember most about scenes are the character moments, not the plot moments. And so I would definitely try to, honestly, even if it wasn't part of the excerpt, or part of the paragraph that was chosen, that's something I would add. Like, if I got a script and they glossed over that, I would add that, because to me that's important storytelling. And that's the kind of thing that is, that's the kind of thing I just remember when I watch something. I usually my favorite parts of a movie are not the plot moments, but it's the character moments. And so I would have the dog come up, start begging, because and I would do it not. There's a phrase that we use sometimes called shoe leather, and it's basically describing when it's used a lot when you literally show someone walking from one side of the house to the other. It's that shot is just shoe leather. You're just watching them walk. And that applies to a lot of other things where you are just showing something that the audience doesn't need to know, because they can fill in the gap. Oh, if they get out of bed, we can cut to them sitting down at the table with their toast and understand that they just made breakfast. We don't need to show them walk into the kitchen and make breakfast. However, if your story is about how tired this person is and they screw up making breakfast, you want to show them making the breakfast, because that's actually part of your story. And so similar here, we don't want to show the dog walking up and begging just to show how they got the food. We want to show that if that informs the character relationships. Again, those questions: who is this person? Does this person know the dog? Does this person like dogs? Is the person reluctant to give the fish to the dog? Those are the kind of questions, if they're important to your story, you want to present them. And especially just in the context of a short piece of just this short sample. It is important in the context of this short exercise, because we don't know anything about these characters, and so that tells us something about them.
Yeah, very well said.
And then similarly, this dog appears out of nowhere, because I don't think this dog is in our establishing shot. Mm-hmm. And that dog is not in any of these other ones. And so my question is this a hookup problem, or is this dog suddenly has this dog suddenly taken the other one's sleeping spot while while brown dog was getting food?
Yeah.
Also, kind of what you were saying, India, brown dog and blue dog, super clear, because they're different colors. Mm-hmm. It's the kind of thing where, like, I don't know where this dog came from, but I know it's a different dog.
Yeah.
Right off the bat.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, but basically, think about that information that the audience needs to know. If this dog has taken the other dog's spot, one way to communicate that is to use a similar composition of when brown dog is walking back, use a similar composition so that we can see in context of the environment that a blue dog is now where we last saw the brown dog.
Yeah,
If
they've
this
literally
dog
taken their place compositionally as well.
Exactly. If blue dog was meant to be there all along, we should see them somewhere earlier in the scene.
Yeah, presuming that they're not entering the story for the first time. If they were meant to be around the fire too in the story, it would be awesome to see them earlier in the boards.
Yeah. And the first time you introduce a character is always important because it's the cliche, first impressions are important, and the audience is going to remember the first time we meet an important character, unless you are deliberately downplaying that. The kind of thing where it's like in a thriller, for example, you might not know that you've just met the big bad guy, but that's a deliberate choice. In most movies, for example, if you think about The Dark Knight, the first time we meet the Joker is on the street when the van picks him up and he puts the mask on, but we don't know that's the Joker yet. But the first time we learn that it's the Joker is when he pulls the mask off and says, what doesn't kill us makes us stranger. And then, and then he, kind of skips away with a string tied to a grenade in a man's mouth. Like, that tells you a whole lot about that character.
Strong introduction.
Seconds, especially since it was shot on IMAX and Heath Ledger's face was a freaking 300 feet tall on that screen in that reveal. Yeah, it's the kind of thing like first impressions are super important.
One of the most annoying shots for me I've seen in cinema ever is the first time you see Harrison Ford in I can't even remember Star Wars name titles.
I understand what you mean. It's one of the later films, right?
in the seventh one, in the
Force
seventh
Awakens.
movie. Yeah,
because
when you see Han Solo, and it's just like it's definitely a shot to give the audience the moment to go, and you're just like, oh, this is annoying. This wouldn't be how this would shot if this was any other character.
Yeah, like it's the director is giving it like an unwarranted gravity. Because they know that it's a fan favorite character rather than because it has any relevance to what's actually happening at the moment in the story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like a fourth wall break.
Let's not start talking about Force Awakens.
Yeah, we'll be here
because
forever.
This will turn into a 7-hour tirade about how much I dislike that movie.
Sorry.
And one technical thing I'll suggest here is an easy thing to just plus this shot, even just a little, is move your camera with your action so that, so your end framing, imagine this is the exact same drawing. If this is Storyboard Pro, it'd be easier, but if you move your camera with the dog as it's sliding back, it's just a nice little some nice sizzle you can add to your shot to make it feel dynamic.
Yeah, camera movement can do so much to help action shots as well.
It's really true. Yeah.
Because it gives you that momentum. You feel like you're moving with the characters. It kind of puts the audience in the shoes of the characters in a really neat way.
Yeah. Yeah, like it can make the action feel so big that the camera has to like keep up with it. Yeah. The thing to always caution is like you don't want to go crazy, so that, again, with clarity, you don't want it to ever be confusing. And so you want your movement to motivate the camera to move, but it's the kind of thing that can really underscore the actions that are happening and make them stand out, make them sizzle.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. India, anything else you want to add about
Let me
about this sample? About this exercise?
have a quickie look here, just at this end bit. Like that nice zoom in there.
Hey, Kuma. Hello.
I don't know whether I feel like this might be a few too many shots here, and whether I think what I'm feeling is that at this little bit here, even though the characters are color coded, some of the action is a little bit confusing to me when I watch it through, and it plays, because they're all quite quick shots, and I think it feels like sometimes the characters are switching which quadrant of the frame they're appearing in. So it feels...
you know what I think it is, India?
Yeah.
I think the if you step through, I think it's just a hookup thing.
Yeah.
I think when we go from here, the hookup pose isn't right, because you want to when you cut, you want Blue Dog to still be in Brown Dog's mouth, so that you want that, so that we actually see that movement happen.
Yeah, it feels a little bit disconnected at the minute, and it makes it a little bit harder to follow the action. And I want to be in the moment with these like animals brawling. Basically, I want to be able to trace what's happening with each of the characters. And
Pat said exactly that. Talk about cutting on action and motion hookups.
Because the hookups aren't quite gelled together, I'm having that moment of disconnect that JJ was talking about earlier, where my brain is trying to catch up. But because the shots are so fast, my brain doesn't quite have time to catch up before the next shot, and so it's leaving me a little confused when I watch it through at full speed.
Yeah. In live action, the way they handle this kind of stuff is the actors will play out an action multiple times so that the camera can capture it from many different angles. And then in editing, they cut that all together. And I bring that up because when they're editing, they will cut on the action. So they'll have Blue Dog will be throwing. Brown Dog will throw Blue Dog in that close shot, but then they will cut to the wider angle of that, and and pick up mid action. That's why it's called cutting on action, because in the middle of the action you cut to a different angle, but we're following that movement through the cut, and so it's clear.
Yeah.
But we want that hookup so that we're not confused when we do cut in the middle of action. We want it to be seamless and smooth. We don't want to be, suddenly this character is like already been thrown 3 feet.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Because it's a very cool technique to have faster cuts during action sequences to make it feel more frenetic, and have slower cuts on more dramatic or emotional scenes. So I think you nailed it. That's why I was feeling was like a little bit disconnected with this last little bit here.
Yeah. And then I think every frame of painting also kind of talked about the way they cut on action with Jackie Chan. It's something interesting is, rather than if a punch is...
Are you going to talk about the
double
multiple?
Yeah.
Because you are literally reaching into my skull and picking out what I was just thinking about.
It's so cool.
Yeah, it's like what they'll do for Jackie Chan, like what Jackie Chan's editors will do is like, rather than if this punch is kind of happening over this distance.
Mm-hmm.
Rather than cutting, so let's give it 3. Rather, if the first shot ends with the fist here, the next one doesn't start with the fist there. They'll actually reverse it or reverse a little bit so that we get swing here, and then they'll back it up a little bit so that you get extra swing, so that it makes it feel like extra strong. It's
Yeah.
really cool.
It's super. It reminds me of a technique that we were playing around with when I was in animation school. There was an animator who was playing around with impacts when they were animating them, and they had a technique where they would have something accelerating towards the ground, but then before it hit the ground, they would have it go back up for one frame to kind of give a double anticipation and a bit of crunch to the final.
Yeah.
And it's got such a nice kind of pop to it.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yes.
So on to the next.
Yeah. So next up is CHARZZ. So let me find them on the sheet. There we are.
So
CHARZZ said, I did 2 animatics. The second one is from a past script I'd written for my original characters, which is just all the dialogue you see on screen. And the first one is from the book Assassin's Apprentice by Robin Hood. The excerpt goes as follows. I braced as if for a wrestling contest. I felt the brush of his mind against mine and offered him a cautious reaching of thought. Like this? Yes, bastard, like this. And for a moment we were in balance, hovering like children on a seesaw. I felt him steady our contact, then, abruptly, he slammed into me. It felt exactly as if the air had been knocked out of me, but in a mental rather than a physical way.
All right.
Yeah.
So let's check it out.
can you start it again, JJ? Sorry, I'm gonna.
Thank you very much for the follow. We got a little follow alert.
We got a follow
just
over
over it
their
just as we
boarding.
started.
All right.
Let me turn that off. I don't remember where they are. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, that's okay. Go
Nobody
ahead.
follow us.
Shall I start?
Yeah, go for it.
please.
And then I think this is a second one here.
Oh, okay. Okay. First things first. On this one. So, great thing about this one, again, like India was saying, different colors. Helps keep things super clear, even though the drawings are a bit loose. You're not really confused. You know exactly who is who every time. That would be helpful here.
Yeah.
Especially since we don't exactly have an establishing shot. And so we don't know where everybody is, how many people there are, or like what the environment is. I assume what's happening, just based on our foreground elements, is that there are 2 people, and then kind of 2 people, and then our line is here.
I love their tiny legs.
It's a problem when I have to go to clean up the tiny legs. Because then it's like, oh wait, no, hips are like here. Okay, and then let's turn those into real legs. Oh no, we don't like it anymore.
I love them. They're like little bowling pin people.
But I assume it's... Oh, and then there's 2 people back here. 2 more people back here, I think. And then
Yeah.
this other person steps in. I think that's what's happening, but it's hard to be sure. Having some kind of establishing shot, or again, like you don't need it up front, because that can be visual exposition and kind of disengaging. But the reason it is often up front is because it is a very easy way to ground the audience visually and keep them from getting confused about what is happening and where. If you don't do it up front, I usually do it as the second or third shot. Again, because it's about clarity, it's about preventing confusion, and if you wait any longer than that, people are going to start getting lost, because now they're processing story information at the same time that they're processing, your fancy little, your fancy tricks of, like withholding information and making them want it.
Yeah.
You never want that to get in the way of the clarity of the story you're telling. And so starting on shot like this is cool, because it's like, oh, who is this character? They're surrounded by people. Why are they reacting like that? Oh, this other character walks in. Like, oh, what, this other character walks in. Who is that? They are clearly like scary. Probably the one intimidating this character. But then we go straight into our height concept, and we skip the part where we ground where everything else is. You want that shot that just like lays out. I assume that first character is just kind of the idea is that they're surrounded, and then this is the other person, something like that. Oh boy, that's a terrible shot, but you get what I'm saying.
It does the job, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's I would yeah, I think I've told you this, Cynthia, before. I'll do a thumb like this and go, this idea but better.
yeah, this, but I put more thought into it later.
Yeah. But you want to cut to something like that once you don't want you don't want your audience to be asking those kind of questions like, ooh, who is that? Where are we? You don't want them asking that too long, otherwise you're going to get annoyed rather than curious.
Yeah.
That's so interesting.
And so from there, then I would start cutting back into the I keep forgetting I don't have to erase that. Like this is the kind of stuff that works if we're deep into a scene and we've already done our establishing stuff. If there's like 6 shots beforehand of this character getting surrounded, and we know that they're surrounded and they're kind of looking around, and then something catches their attention, and then they turn and then look to see this character walking in.
Yeah.
Then that's fine.
It's another great opportunity to use the kind of landmarks you were talking about as well.
Yeah.
Since we're literally having 2 characters facing off, but the background between each is so similar that the first time I watched this, I did think that this character was walking in again. It was the same character, just because they're quite similar background-wise, and the character builds are quite similar.
Is that there's no landmark behind them other than those 2 people, but then they're now other 2 people. Yeah.
And since the characters look so similar, it's easy to read that, especially since they're the same color. They're similar enough that they even have like, big landmark for this character design is that little swoosh. And then, oh my gosh, did I go to another sample?
Yeah.
Like they got the little swoosh, and then this character also has like swoosh. So it's easy to kind of converge the 2 when we don't have context for kind of who each character is.
Yeah.
The transition to, I guess this is the mindscape. I'm trying to think what I would think if I didn't know that it was a mindscape. I think it'd still be clear. It's still pretty clear because now we have what makes the transition clear is that everything fades away, including the foreground characters. So that's really smart. And now when we cut to this character, it's just the two of them. So we understand that it's at least symbolic that nothing matters to these characters other than the other. It's like it's that anime storytelling language that we, if you watch enough anime, you internalize and just kind of understand the storytelling language in there. And I think it would be more clear. I think having a really clear understanding of the geography of the environment and the characters is going to make this idea even more clear. But the transition, I think, was well handled.
Yeah.
And it cut in the transition, which was nice.
Yeah. Is there audio on this,
I don't believe
or is it
there
just
is.
the subtitles?
Yeah, I don't
it's
think so.
just-
I think what's really missing in terms of choosing this as the sample or as the exercise is that there is just fundamental stuff missing for the audience to understand. Like, what's the dialogue that tees this up? It's hard to understand what's actually supposed to be happening here, because we just don't have context for it. It's clear we are clearly dropping into the middle of an ongoing scene, which is kind of, I think, when it comes to it kind of makes it hard to give the feedback here, because this is stuff that probably would have happened earlier. Like, what is Blue character talking about? I have no idea. Is it like I assume this is a technique? I assume that this is blue and that this is green,
Yes.
but I don't actually know that. But I assume that green character taught blue something, and that blue is doing it and saying like this. I would honestly, for the sake of an exercise, throw a line here, like meet me on the bad line is meet me on the mind plane like I taught you.
Yeah.
Like
The
this.
better version of that.
Yeah.
That's kind of like we when we were talking about, like, when we talk about, like, notes and adjusting lines, we'd often kind of say the bad version. It's like, this is the information we need the audience to understand in the most blunt way possible. Please craft a line that does that with more grace.
Yes. It would be great to have some kind of visualization of that, though, since you have the freedom to, go completely abstract with this concept of being in a mindscape. You might not want your characters to literally speak the words, but maybe you could do something like, a ripple behind their head or something as they're thinking these thoughts to one another, just to easily visually show people, who's saying what, where the struggle's coming from.
Spider sense.
Yeah, to just make it a little bit clearer, to go a little bit further with that visual metaphor.
You're like me. I'm still thinking over the note from earlier, which was like giving someone an answer, like answering a question no one's asked
Setting
yet.
up a question, yeah.
For the establishing shot is kind of like when you're in a room and someone just goes, "I eat Mars bars on Tuesdays," and you're like, "Get away from me, you crazy person."
Tell me more about that.
You're like, "I didn't ask anything of you. We're on a bus together. This is not the place." So it's like throwing an establishing shot where you're like, why am I getting this information? You don't want that to be their question. You want to be like, "Oh, what's that?"
Attention, I need you to know this about me right now. I eat Mars bars on Tuesdays. All right. Now we can do the scene. There's a more engaging way to communicate that information to somebody.
Yeah, exactly.
It's you show somebody, pulling out like the candy bar and like unwrapping it and kind of like going to take a bite, and then someone on the bus is looking at them weird, like, You gonna eat on the bus? And then they kind of react by, hey, it's Tuesday. I eat my Mars bars on Tuesday.
Yeah,
And then they
exactly.
continue eating. It's
It's
There you
natural.
are.
feed the information a little more engagingly. You draw the audience along with it.
Yeah.
And then I guess here I'm not sure. Is this just unfinished, or is this just a stylistic choice for it to go kind of unfilled?
Yeah,
Un-
I was
just
also
a
wondering the
clarity
same
thing.
Because obviously
Yeah.
they seem to be getting knocked backwards by the kind of force of the mind flick.
Yeah.
But knowing whether that's a deliberate choice to suddenly have the style change there.
Yeah.
Because it makes it a little bit harder to read because we're very much relying at the minute on the silhouettes of those fills to read the light on dark.
Yeah. But I will say about this first sample is, I mean, generally, like I said, the problem is that it's it's clearly just a snapshot of a bigger scene that has stuff before and stuff after. And so I'm just missing that essential information. But in terms of the shots and the cutting, I like it. It's solid.
Yeah.
A lot of my notes, it's not really composition notes. It's just kind of like, hey, like, this is the information I think you need to communicate in addition. But let's look at the second one.
The second one I feel like is real strong.
Honestly,
Yeah.
yeah. Honestly, I watched this and I thought it was all one scene. So I thought this was like
Oh, like a
a
run into
story
it.
that this character had been told, that Green had been told by Blue. And Green's like, you think I'd be doing BS in physics? Maybe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, like, off the bat, it's clear who is who because the colors are different. And so even though the drawings are looser, you're not confused. Also, screen direction is really strong in this. And then we have a character cross the line. And that's good because that's doing that kind of thing intentionally and in a motivated way is good because it flips the scene on its head and adds an interesting layer and dynamic to the scene now.
I feel like the character also changes from the beginning where they're a little bit more serious and then they go into, let me be sarcastic for a moment, walks to the right of the screen. Okay, this is my sarcastic place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We also got the camera following the movement, which is really nice.
Yep. The character movement motivates the camera and you're cutting on your action. I think the camera also has a slight move to it. So it really just makes that cut invisible because your eye is following the character movement, following the camera movement, and the screen direction is correct. And so really it's pretty invisible cut, which is nice. Fun acting. And also, like I was saying earlier, having the character, on this third here, is good.
Yeah, on the right-hand third, looking off to the left.
Yeah. The drawing's great.
His expressions are so
Like,
good.
I can hear the line read.
Yeah.
It's great. It's wonderful. And also, like, it's just their storytelling is super clear. I don't have to read a single line of dialogue to understand what's happening in the scene, which is great. When I'm reviewing storyboard portfolios, I generally don't read the dialogue because the dialogue's irrelevant if the pictures aren't telling the story.
Yeah, that's a great tip.
Like, and in this one,
yeah,
like,
you work in a
applies-
visual medium.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I like
I
the little...
I love the cut on action there.
Yeah.
Kind of,
I also like the way you're using drawing shortcuts here, where you're getting a strong pose and then basically just kind of moving a few lines around to give a little emphasis to that. Create like one in between or a little hard accent on the end of a movement just to give it a bit of bounce.
And there's also something really nice that happens here. Green character is so zany, and the camera's camera has to move to follow this character's action and movement to the point where, you know, literally it's adjusting as the character fills frame. And then when they exit, blue characters, so like the fact that the camera and the shot are so stable for the blue character really just kind of underscores that character, something about that character.
Yeah.
And this is a good example of what I was talking about earlier with in the dog scene, where this character gestures, and then we start. They are the subject of the shot right now. They are well framed to be the subject. We're not really confused about what we want the audience to be looking at, and then we adjust out to what they want to shift our attention to. But we're also still framing them well. The only thing I would say here is I'd maybe just move this, talking about the thirds. Most of this is happening kind of outside the third, so I just nudge it from here to there.
Yeah.
I nudge it, just makes the composition, balances the composition a little more, and allows the audience to see this foreground element.
Everybody just breathe with us.
Giving it just a little bit more room.
I like it, and the shorthands are like the character shorthands. It's loose, but it's still really clean and clear. Well, it's really clear. And so this is the kind of thing that, you know, like I've shipped storyboards that are about this clean before.
Oh yeah,
'Cause
same.
It's like everything you need to know about the character is there. I assume the proportions are all correct. The hands are clear enough. The expression's clear enough. There's a lot of personality in the drawing, and so it's like when I'm looking at samples, I don't necessarily. I think it's actually good to have some drawings like this in here because it communicates that you as an artist have enough control of your drawings to get all of that important information across in a quick way. Sometimes when storyboards are too clean for the whole sample, I don't know how long it took you to draw that.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you're actually going to be able to hit a deadline. And now every show is going to have different needs. Some shows aren't able to ship things this clean. They need it to be basically layout ready for their animation studios. And once you're working, or if you're working, you know, obviously, you know, heed the need of each show. But me personally, I think having drawings like this in here, I think that's something I think is again, for me, a plus.
Yeah.
But also balance that out with really tied down and clean drawings so that you show kind of the range of your skill. Show, oh, this is what my cleanup looks like, but this is also, you know, what my looser stuff looks like. You know, like if you look at that Rise of the Turtle sample, you know, that they showed at the, you know, that I did, the Splinter Draxum fight. It's pinned on my Twitter, and if you look at it, the held drawings are a lot. I put a lot more love into those because you're going to be staring at those for, you know, 10 seconds. But once they actually start fighting, it's a lot more gestural, a lot more silhouettes. It's a lot more just giving the animators the essential information because that's what's important. It's important that be communicated, and I didn't, you know, just practically you're probably not going to have time to do full cleanup on, you know, on something that like that. And so it's to me, it's important to see where the person is going to put their time, where they're going to cut corners. And when I say cut corners, I don't mean that as a bad thing. I mean that as like a prioritizing their time sort of thing.
Yeah, 100%.
Like when I worked at Warner Brothers, they would kind of say, "All we need is the mannequin," and what they mean by that is we want the face to be clear, we want the hands to be clear, because we don't want our animation studio guessing about those two things. But as long as the mannequin, but beyond that, you can just draw a mannequin body. You don't need to render every fold. You don't need to draw all the colors unless it's a compositional thing. Like if someone has a high color that blocks their face, you want to account for that. But like beyond that, those are just details that the animators can figure out.
Yeah.
Again, differs for different. Different studios have different needs, and always be mindful of what needs your particular show has. But yeah, anyway.
Yeah, 100%.
That's all I got for this one.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I don't have anything else for this one either. Like, I think it's great. I'm really digging the way that you put the character across in the second one. Like, it there's something nice and zappy about it. It feels a little bit like watching Rise boards again. Just because the character acting is like so fun and exaggerated.
Yeah, it looks like Christine Liu or Alicia Chan's drawings. I like
amazing
that a lot.
compliments. Hell yeah, they are incredible borders.
Yeah. Also, just like since this drawing is up, just those quick scribble hands, like those are really nice hands.
Yeah, they do the job, right? And they're very clear.
Yeah. Sometimes I just draw a sphere for a hand because I'll draw like a thumb on it. But man, like
a fist is just a ball.
Yeah,
it's all it needs to be.
Being able to knock out expressive hands like that quickly is that's a skill.
Yeah. Because you can 100% spend way too long trying to get a hand to look like a hand. So being able to do that quickly is a huge time save.
Hey, welcome in, folks.
Yeah, thank you for all the raids, by the way, guys. We really appreciate it. And thank you also for the subs. It's super cool of you.
Cool. Next up.
Let's see, we've got static.
Sorry.
What are you giggling about?
I know what's coming up next.
Okay, let me find Static Wither here. I don't know if I can find them.
You want to have a look?
Yes, please.
I'm gonna block the screen for a second while I look.
Hey, can we take 2 minutes so we can get some more drink?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
You guys have been going for 2 hours, by the way.
Oh my gosh, we're on number 4.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oops.
We'll probably have to go a little quicker from here.
Yeah, but hopefully, like a lot of the rest, we might have already covered some of the stuff. So
yeah, I'll be back in 2.
Awesome. Well, I can spend that time finding this.
I think it's the one that starts maybe...
It might be that there's a different name on the form.
Yeah.
Than on the upload.
I've got it. Static Wither. It starts. There's another impact too close. The violent rumble on the ground trips Leon up.
Let me find it. Yes. Okay. Thank you for highlighting it.
You're welcome.
Yeah. When I scroll, my screen is like, "What, you want to scroll past this?" Okay.
Yeah.
No, I do not.
Thank you for rating. Hello, everybody. We're doing storyboard reviews with Old Swifty, and JJConway, who are both fantastic storyboard artists in their own right, and storyboard directors and heads of story and all that cool jazz. I'm just watching as well. I'm telling you all about.
We're just enjoying, absorbing the wisdom of JJ.
You sitting with me?
No.
All right then.
You're sitting with me.
I was here first.
That's what you think. I was here before you were even born, and then I left and came back.
You're that blue dog. Get out of here, blue dog.
Never. Never.
Arr. Arr. Oh, I can't pick you up and throw you.
Down.
Wow, I moved you a little bit.
I cannot be moved. Just try it. Pathetic.
Oh, your stupid butt slide. Just sit on you.
Just try it.
I spit on your grave.
I'm not dead yet. You're gonna have to wait.
I will.
Well, good. Do it.
Did you notice that CHARZZ has been subscribed to... What? There she is.
Hey, Martine. Wait, that's CHARZZ.
CHARZZ has been subscribed to us for 40 months.
Hello, CHARZZ.
That's almost a year.
I was gonna yell at you as to why you were still awake, but it's okay. You're allowed to be.
Wait, why would
Because
CHARZZ...
for a second I thought it was Martina, and I was like, you're meant to be asleep.
Oh.
I've returned.
Hey,
Welcome
JJ.
back. Oh my gosh, Patrick, thank you so much for 5 subs. Thank you. 5 gifted subs. That's so nice of you. And
Thanks,
thank you
Patrick.
also for the wisdom in chat, Patrick. We really appreciate it.
You should all follow Patrick's example
Yeah.
and give us more subs.
No. And be an amazing director and storyboard
Or
artist and
bits.
animator.
Or donations.
But yeah, Patrick is also an incredible storyboard artist.
JJ needs to
animator.
feed his cats.
Also, I heard that if they get enough subs today, that they're gonna reinstall the fart button.
No, JJ, why would you do this to us? No! Don't fake promises for us. It's never coming back. No! What have you done? What have you done?
I turned it off for you, JJ. You can't even hear it. I'll send it through to you. I'll do it.
They program.
No, we don't want it. Just like 10 variant fart sounds, just to give it a bit of spice every time.
I have 8,000 Doigle bucks, and I will spend all of them
my
on
gosh.
farts.
I know you will. That's why we disabled them. That's why we did it.
He's farting through his own talk.
God damn it. Thank you so much for the bits, by the way. Who sent bits in? Fnac, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have to wait for these to clear now before we can watch the next animatic.
I'll Venmo this to you, JJ, so you can feed your cats.
Yeah. Gotta keep Lentil happy or he'll yell.
Oh, he'll scream anyway.
Screams when he's
I got
unhappy,
out of bed
screams
at
when
like
he's happy.
9:30 today because I was playing Zelda till 3:30, and he was unhappy about that.
Father, you've forgotten me since you played Tears of the Kingdom. How could
Yeah,
you?
except it sounded like.
He just wants to go.
But it didn't stop.
Sparrow's favorite move is to jump onto me from the windowsill, just on straight onto my chest, and then kick off again.
Yeah.
So you're like, you just doze, and then it's just like,
You're asleep. And you get just a cat land on you, then jump off.
Oh my god.
I swear, if we installed
Terrifying.
some wrestling ropes, she'd bounce off those too.
Yeah, she'd jump off them onto you from there.
All right, shall we check out?
Yes.
What was that? Did you find the text for this?
I did. It is, however, extremely long. So
We're not gonna read it.
I might not read all of it. However, I will give you the cliff notes, which
Give me
is
the cliff
that
notes.
this is a fight between, and you may be, I don't know if you're familiar with this character, JJ, but it's a character called Leo from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Is that
It's
the one?
alive.
Oh, is that the one with the frogs?
I think so. Yeah, that sounds
Is that
right.
one of the? That's the one that's got Ralph, right?
Yeah, the frogs that do karate or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why did everyone Twitter write Ralph? It baffles me.
I think maybe some people have only heard the name, and so they've just.
Are they
assumed it
hearing Ralph IL? Because I've got news for you. His name is Raph.
You heard it here, folks.
So
Every
time someone writes Mickey, I die inside on Twitter. His name is Mikey.
See, so yeah, so Leo is fighting like a huge creature. I'll read a little paragraph here. He looks up, ice filling his veins as he's met with the sight of the warden towering over him, a great mountain posed to crush him. The creature's beady eyes narrow in on him, its other fist rising to pulverize Leo into mush, and he doesn't even think. He rolls to his feet and thrusts his metal fist towards the one coming down on him. So it's like a fight scene, I think. Oh, Leo's having a bad time.
Awesome. Good. He deserves it.
Poor Leo, man. He's really been through the ringer, what with the movie and all.
Yeah. He's stubborn and refused to learn, so.
Yeah, I mean, he brought it on himself. It's fine.
Yeah. All right, let's check it out.
Ooh.
Oof, yeah.
Oh.
I guess that must be the warden.
You guys can't hear it, but the music's going really well to this.
Oh, the stream music.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I did this in 2 days, so I've never done this before. It's just a little note at the end said.
You did this in 2 days?
Yeah, there's some beautiful Leo drawings in here.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have to go this hard for boards, but also these drawings are extremely beautiful and nice to look at.
You don't have to go this hard for boards, says you.
You be quiet.
Okay. Tim Rammers, thanks for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. We're doing storyboard reviews with JJConway and Old Swifty.
Yeah, we're just looking through this one at the minute.
Digesting.
They both worked on the Rise of the TMNT movie, so this particular board is catering to the audience.
So off the bat, the cleanup is really nice.
Mm-hmm.
It's like super on model.
Yeah.
One thing, that looks like one of your drawings, India. The way, like that profile face.
Yeah.
Looks like you draw, especially like the mouth.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
One thing. So like whenever like the topic of like having fan art, fan storyboards in your portfolio comes up, there's strong opinions on both sides. Either don't do it ever, or it's fine, why not? And the way I describe it is it's a huge gamble on your part, high risk, high reward. If you have a sample that, so it's a huge risk, because if anything's wrong, and like if anything is wrong in your sample and somebody who worked on that show is looking at it, that is gonna like multiply points against you. Like, if your Leo drawing is off model, they're gonna go, that's not what Leo looks like, this person can't draw on model, and throw it in the no stack. However, if it's a beautiful drawing, if your drawings are super on model, they're beautiful, they capture the voice of the show, the tone of the show, that's the kind of thing that's the high reward, because that multiplies the points in your favor. Because it's like, oh, I know exactly what this show looks like, what the show is supposed to feel like, what the voice is supposed to sound like, and this person shows that they can capture that perfectly, and they didn't even get, and they did this as a fan. It shows that they understand what this is all about.
Yeah.
And so, like with the Rise of the Turtles movie, one of our board artists, Laura, was we found her because she did a fan board for Rise of the Turtles, and like I saw it and I'm like, wait, what episode is this from? I know every episode. This isn't from an episode. Is this from like one of the shorts they did that I don't remember? And it's just like a fan sample, but it was like the drawn model, the boarding was high quality, and it nailed the voice of the show to such an extent that I was like, wait, what is this? And so we hired her, and she did an amazing job.
Yeah.
And it's the kind of thing where it's like, I bring it up here because that is a great drawing of Leo.
Yeah.
That is also a great drawing of Leo. It's like if you are going to make that gamble, like you want to make sure that it's everything looks really solid. And when I say solid, I mean I don't mean like inked and toned like this, but like it's expressive, it's on model, the proportions are right. That just looks like an expression from our boards.
Yeah.
It's great. That's my 2 cents on that anyway. Some people disagree with me, but you know what? I'm reviewing storyboard portfolios and making recommendations, and so
Yeah.
that advice is literally how I do it. So it's valid. It's valid if your portfolio lands in front of me.
Yeah. No, I 100% agree. I think if you can do it well and you can pull it off, then I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
And honestly, the reason I actually do say it's a good idea to do fan storyboards is because self-motivation is probably going to be your biggest hurdle when you're just trying to do a sample. And so if doing fan art for something that you love is going to actually get you to cross the finish line on completing a sample, that is better than not finishing a sample. Like straight up.
Yes, 100%.
Like I like by the end of the day, I'm so burned out I can barely pick up a pencil. And if somebody's people pay the bills, so if they gotta work their normal 9-to-5 job, and then at the end of the day, instead of watching TV, pick up pencil to start storyboarding a sample to try getting a job, dude, draw something that is going to motivate you to pick up that pencil. Mm-hmm. Don't force yourself to draw something you're not interested in just because someone on Twitter said no fan art.
Yeah.
None.
I mean, I completely get the temptation to do fan art as well, because it's a great jumping off point. Because the alternative to not doing fan art is doing something that you've created entirely originally yourself, which means you have to nail down what the story's going to be, what the characters are going to be, which often isn't what the job is, because we get given the characters and the scenarios, and then we have to bring those to life. So having something where you know the characters inside out, you know the scenario inside out, is just a much easier place to approach a storyboard from than having to create a world of your own first.
Yeah. I mean,
because then you got to be if you're doing original stuff, you also have to not just be a designer, but you have to be a good designer. Because if your character designs suck, your sample's not going to look good.
Yeah.
That's kind of me projecting, because I don't consider myself a great character designer. And so I'm like super unmotivated to storyboard anything that I originally draw. And so it's like, it's so hard to like force even, before I was a professional, I was a lot more successful completing samples. Like an exercise one of my teachers would have us do is he'd give us a script from a show and give us character designs from another show and say, here, board this. Like doing a scene from Seinfeld with like Avatar: The Last Airbender characters.
Yeah.
Um,
That sounds
and
fun.
it takes so much of it allows you to just be a storyboard artist rather than everything at once.
Yeah.
Which character did you transplant for Kramer?
Oh, I don't think I had Kramer in this scene, but I think Iroh was George.
Okay. Fair enough.
I haven't watched Seinfeld, but Mike has. He loves Seinfeld.
I've watched it all. I watched it all in one sitting, pretty much.
Oh my god. The one the teacher would always give is when George comes in, he goes, "I went to the beach." The beach. Anyway, long side tangent. Looking at this this exercise though, wait, I'm gonna skim through it again. I think one thing that's kind of working against this sample, it goes from stuff that is so loose to stuff that is so clean that it's a little jarring.
Yeah.
And so when you are putting together, like if this was a sample, I would say you wanna be more strategic with the drawings you clean up and the ones that you leave loose. And when it comes to the ones you do leave loose, on that last sample, we were talking about, oh, this is an example of a good loose drawing that you can get away with, because it had clear face, clear hands, clear pose. This is this in the context of a sample, this would be too unclear, because it's a real crapshoot what you're going to get back from an animator. A good animator can read between the lines and figure it out. But if it goes to one of their junior animators, you just don't know what you're going to get back, and especially when it comes to like working with a studio like Flying Bark on Rise of the Turtles. They had really high quality control, and generally we wouldn't send them stuff that was this loose, but if we had to, they would probably be able to figure it out and give us something that looked good.
Because Flying Bark are incredible, yeah.
But there's a lot of studios that are frankly, in countries that are just paying their animators crap money, and you're not going to get something. You're probably not going to get something that looks good, from something this loose. And so it would have to be cleaned up by a revisionist or by the director if the revisionist is busy. And then the director will be real unhappy with you. But all that to say, in the context of a sample, you don't want stuff that's this loose, because I don't want this in my storyboard, my professional. I don't want my team turning in stuff that's this loose. And so avoid, doing that in your samples. I understand this one was done quickly and in 2 days, but just saying, in the context of a review, kind of keep that in mind if you were to turn this into a sample you're trying to get a job by.
Yeah.
Also, I would say, kind of, what I was saying about making sure, everything is clear. I don't mind, having, starting an action scene, with a character stumbling in, they're stumbling in because it immediately, like, that's a good hook. That gets the question, or the characters asking questions, it gets the audience asking questions like, oh my God, Leo just stumbled in. What's going on? Mm-hmm. And then, he kind of looks up and then he gets punched. Boom. But I think we're starting we don't answer the important questions soon enough.
Yeah.
It's, you want, after he gets hit, boom. You almost immediately after that want to go to your establishing shot, show that he's in an arena, show that people are cheering when he got hit, because that'll tell you, oh, he's the underdog in this. And then go to. I would even get to this a little sooner. This is a cool reveal. Kind of looking up at this big monster guy. But it's all about, kind of pacing out how you communicate that information. And we went through a lot of that stuff kind of earlier. And so in the interest of time, I won't dwell on it super long. But yeah, I think, after this, I would definitely make sure to set up the environment and set up the audience to so you understand that Leo's your underdog, and then cut to Leo looking up and have your bad guy enter so that we understand who he's fighting.
Mm-hmm.
You could even have like Leo sliding into foreground while the reveal is happening, so you kind of telling two things at the same time. Like
exactly
that kicked up dust and smoke could be generated by Leo like going across the ground or the water or whichever.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. Here, in terms of the cut here, since there's no background, it's a little hard to understand what exactly we're looking at. It almost looks like this is an upshot since there's no background, and that Leo is falling forward into scene. So almost like if we were to draw the actual, full pan. Looks like this is what's happening to me. But I don't think that's actually what's supposed to be happening. So it looks like Leo's falling down and that we're panning down with him. And so again, only bring that up because clarity, it's unclear what's happening right now, and you don't want that in any kind of like a sample.
Yeah. I think what's meant to be happening is it's meant to actually be, we're looking down on Leo from above, and we're cutting from him lying in a profile shot to him lying down looking above. And then he gets up and falls forward, and I think the camera kind of adjusts to land with him, but as JJ was saying, without any indication of the background or even like a grid or anything, it's very difficult to pass that information. So I think one of the things you could really do to pump up the
like
storyboard,
laying in the water.
Yeah.
In India.
Yeah.
Like that.
I think one of the things you could do to really like amplify this storyboard and bring it to the next level is to go through and just like clarify some little background details to make it clear what the perspective is in each shot, and what the background is in each shot, so that it's a little bit clearer on watching. And in terms of the cut from a profile shot to a kind of top-down shot, I think there's a little bit of a feeling of a jump cut there. So I'd be tempted to maybe have him start to sit up in the profile shot and then cut on that action to him finishing the movement in the other.
100% agree. It's what Pat brought up earlier in chat, talking about like cutting on action. That's the kind of thing that can, it's a tiny little thing that can add just so much clarity. Because when you cut on action, your eye follows that movement. And so the movement will do a lot to add context to what you're looking at. So, even if you have Leo just, start to get up here, like, oh, he starts to rise. And then in your next frame, he's already moving. That's the kind of thing that can add a lot. And to underscore, what India was saying, even just like a grid under background goes a long way. I'll have, when I'm finishing a storyboard and, if the deadline is looming and I got a lot more work than I have hours in the day, I might not color fill all of my characters. I might, have some really loose, foreground and background characters. But I will have an indication of the perspective of every single shot without exception. I will always have my horizon line, even if it's below the frame. You know, even if it's a shot like this, I'm always going to have my horizon line and vanishing point, so that information is rock solid.
Some of the simplest work I've ever had is cleaning up JJ's thumbs because they're so clear. Like, even just in the thumb pass, they're all so clear. And, you know, the perspective is in there and it's strong and everything's laid out and blocked properly. So it makes cleaning it a real breeze. So it makes it so much easier for everyone else on the team. Not only when you're pitching your thumbs, but to every step after that process. If you can nail down those, like, the most important basic foundational elements of the shot early, then it'll just make everything so much smoother going forward.
Yeah, it's all about clarity. I don't want anyone confused about what they're supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
And also, like, I do it because when it comes time for me to clean up, I don't want to forget what I was thinking 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, oh, that's so real. Yeah, you come to one of your thumbs and it's just like a circle with a line through it, and you're like, what was this?
So moving forward, I'm not sure what we're looking at here, or I'm missing the context of what we're looking at, especially yeah, like I'm just kind of confused about where is Leo, what is he looking at, and is he looking at, like, what is he looking at here? Is he looking at the same thing here? Because a lot of things aren't hooking up. And so let's parse this for a sec. So one of the things that's creating the confusion, so let me step back. What I think is happening is that Leo gets thrown back. He sits up, and then something catches his attention off screen. He looks, and then we reveal the monster that attacked him. That's what I think is happening. The things that are confusing that is, there's a few things. First, right off the bat, these screen directions are moving right to left. So as far as the audience is aware, that monster should actually be off screen this direction.
Yeah.
Because we saw Leo fly this direction, and then when he sat up, he presumably was laying like this, and then
Yes.
sat up, and then fell forward like this. So all of that oriented on this line, this 180 line, where big question mark monster is off screen. And so, but now we're on this shot here, and instead of looking off screen where we know the monster is, or where the screen direction told us the monster is, we are now looking at this whirlpool, or water going down a drain or something, and that is now somewhere different. So if we're looking at it again, draw again. Like I said, maps are your friend. It saves your ass. Question mark monster. Leo.
Starfish Leo.
This looks like it's here.
Yes.
Which so when I see this, I'm like, oh, this is something else now. But then we cut to this shot where Leo's looking forward again, which makes it feel like, oh wait, no, now we're just looking back the direction Leo was hit from. Especially since that's where this monster appears, because this is presumably who hit Leo.
Yeah.
And who Leo hit too, judging by the sword.
I just noticed that. That's pretty rad.
Yeah, agreed. That whirlpool shot really does, like, it just brings up the question of, it makes you feel like something's going to happen to do with the whirlpool, but then it doesn't really feel that pays off anywhere. So
Yeah.
it kind of feels like it's a bit of a distraction in the flow of the narrative we're following of Leo.
Yeah. Honestly, I would just I would take a pass through this. Basically, draw your map. Where's that frame? Basically, draw your map and organize everything. What I'm not kidding. I literally draw my cameras to remind me all of my cameras have to be on this side of my 180 line.
Yeah, I love that. I love when I go into one of your files and I see the little diagrams of the floor plans with the cameras. It's so cool.
Yeah, it's because I'm a dum-dum and I'll forget. So I gotta keep everything straight. And so basically what I would do is try to orient things so that this is just a little more clear. He gets hit. Cool. Boom. He gets hit. Again, moving right to left. That's cool. It's the kind of thing. So one thing that I think is really causing the problem, even if the intention here is that at this point, looking at our line, if Leo actually ended up sideways and Big Bad Monster is over here. So if this might be the intention here, but even if that's the case, what's getting in the way of that being clear is that when he sits up, he sits straight up. So even if Monster is this direction, he sits up. And so it's almost creating like what you really want to avoid, if you can, is having two 180 lines. And this is something I kind of call it the car problem, because in a car, when you're shooting a scene between two characters driving in a car, you're inherently going to have a problem with two 180 lines, because the car is going one direction, but then your characters are on their own 180 line. Mm-hmm. And so it can be complicated to make that, not exactly complicated to make it clear, but it's the kind of thing you have to be aware of when you cut, because when I go to this angle, the background's going to be going one direction. When I cut to this angle, it's going to be going another direction. And it's basically the kind of thing that like only really, really works in a car or a similar sort of thing, because we just understand what's happening. We're not going to get confused.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, when you cut to your exterior shots, the car is going this way, this way, this way, this way, this way. That's going to be confusing as hell. And so you keep this global screen direction consistent anytime you cut outside the car. That allows you to kind of keep your shot reverse shot from getting confusing. Yeah. Anyway, I'll bring all that up because there's a cross screen direction happening here potentially. Mm-hmm. And so what I would do to avoid that, even if you wanted Leo to land on his side like this, is have him roll this way so that he kind of is rolling over like that in this shot, right? That way, that kind of gets your screen direction back on track, because instead of sitting up, let me get the cross going. Bad guy here. Leo here. Instead of sitting up onto a new 180 line, he's rolling into the existing 180 line.
Yeah.
And then when he looks up, I would lose this. Mm-hmm. I would lose this. It's super confusing. I'm not sure what it's adding.
This is the person telling you that they ate Mars bars on Tuesdays, and you're like, but I want to know about the dude who punched you, though.
Yeah, exactly. It's like you expect this to be the related, and if it is related, I can't put together how, which is a problem.
Narratively, it feels like, oh, did he get punched and he almost landed in it? In which case, Leo's reaction's like, oh, I almost landed in that. I don't want to do that.
Oh.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, that could totally be it.
that isn't being communicated in this shot yet.
Yeah. And one of the things that is creating that confusion is just a lack of geography. So we don't know how close Leo was to this thing or where he came from. And so in that case, that monster would have to be back here. But now Leo's pose doesn't hook up. And so, I think just really keep an eye on, just making sure things are clear.
Yeah.
And then, go ahead.
Just thinking like the why of this scene isn't, you're communicating something, but we don't know why. And that's why I think it's confusing.
Yeah. It may be completely clear in the story. It's just that for people viewing the storyboard, you might need to do a little bit of extra legwork to justify why it's there and why it's relevant to this moment.
And it's we go through that a lot when we get a script. We get things that are in the script and we ask our questions like, what does this mean? Why is this happening? What's motivating this? Because those are all of the things that even if something's written there, we need to understand how to fill in, the space between the lines so that everything is clear in the storyboard. And so, even if it is in the script, we need to make sure that's clear to the audience too, or clear in the story, in the text. We need to make sure it's clear when the audience watches it.
Yeah, sometimes things work perfectly well in writing, but when you put them visually on a screen, they require some degree of trimming and reordering to make a pleasing watch visually.
Yeah.
Just because it's a different medium.
Yeah.
I was reading a book recently, and a character turns a corner, and then he starts to describe this beautiful face of this person that they've just turned the corner on, and it's in the middle of a fight scene. So you're like, why are you telling me how beautiful this person's face is? And then the character then goes, and they headbutt them. So they just end the paragraph with just, because it's in the middle of a fight.
Yeah.
So it's I round the corner and there's this blonde-haired, blue-eyed young kid, perfect nose, all this stuff, and you're like, that's a weird bit. And then it's and I throw my head into it, and you're just like, oh, because you're about to ruin it. That's hilarious. But it's without the context.
Almost.
Yeah, without the context of the last point, you're like, why are you telling me what this? It's like someone going, I'm in a fight, and then they go,
set up for an unexpected payoff. Then
Yeah, exactly. It's like a joke that you didn't expect.
Yeah. Knowing that, I can see it now. I can see how that plays out now, and that's really funny.
Yeah.
But it's the kind of thing where you get half of it, and it's like, wait, what's happening? Oh, I get it now. I know how to arrange those pieces, because that last piece of information totally changes how you play the stuff before it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One thing, back on track. One thing I like here. So there's some good stuff. There's some stuff that I would advise against. The thing I like is there seems to be like Leo kind of activating some power, or something is happening in the foreground with his arm, and I think swinging the arm into the foreground to showcase that's good. That puts it in the audience's face and says, this is important, pay attention to it.
Yeah.
And then we show how that plays out. That's really good.
Leo is
The one thing I would advise against is this fist is now moving at 0 miles an hour.
It undermines the feeling of the momentum of the fist coming towards you a little bit, to have such a long action play out in front of it as it's coming towards you. Like, there are
Yeah.
little cheats you can do to cut around that.
Fill the screen with
Where?
that fist.
If you start the fist flying and then don't show it coming towards you, then it becomes more abstract and you can kind of pull time apart a little bit more. If you're seeing it come towards you and putting another action against it that's happening, it can slow it down a lot.
What I do, I'd reorder things a little bit. So like so basically I would add a shot kind of be basically in this shot, I would show the bad guy kind of running, like looming above Leo, like raw, kind of running at Leo, because you can cheat that a little more easily.
Yeah.
Like raw. Oh boy, I'm showing my whole ass with my rough drawings here. This is not
great.
good.
What are you talking about?
you know what I mean. So you get some like a run cycle or something, because that's the kind of thing that you can buy while this is happening.
Yes.
Then I would cut into the actual the swing, and then I would cut to this.
Yeah, so Leo's getting his setup done while the monster is approaching, and then he kind of fires it off in a faster motion.
Yeah.
So you can still sell the speed of the punch from the monster. I generally don't like. You can play with the way time. You can play with the speed of time, but I generally like everything to be at the same speed within the shot. So like the problem with the shot was the fist is moving in one temporal speed while Leo is moving at another one. Yeah. Just rearrange things so that things are all moving at the same speed. Within each shot. So unfortunately with this shot, it's so loose that I'm not really sure what I'm looking at, or I'm not sure. Like I get it's like pieces of the bad guy or something. Like Leo's looking at that, but it's so loose that I'm not sure what Leo is supposed to be taking from it. Like, is this like? Are these pieces of something he and the audience would recognize? Is he just in awe that he actually like shattered this fist? Is it I don't know, any number of other things? And so this is, I assume he's just impressed that he broke it. So he looks at his hand and he's like, wow, I did that. But it's not entirely clear because this is so loose. Yeah, agreed.
And again, kind of I know this was done in 2 days, but just talking about it as a whole, if this was a sample, this is the kind of thing. This is not where you would want your loose drawing, because you want to make sure that story elements are clearly communicated.
Yeah, and again, just like some semblance of perspective or background here would really help. Just sell everything. I also think you could do a nice long wide shot, kind of at the end of the battle, just to reorient the viewers. Like, keeping on close shots is definitely something that I do way too often, and it's easy to do because you're so invested in the characters and the emotions that, the natural thing to want to do is to keep on those characters. But having a wide can really help kind of sell what's just happened and help the audience absorb the information.
Yeah. So that's punches arm explodes, rush past, we see the crowd being like, yeah, you did it. But then I'm not sure what the next shot is.
I think that's
Slow's feet.
Yeah.
It falls to his feet. Yeah, like you want that. Like you want that shot where, like, if Leo's on his knees. Leo's on his knees. He kind of looks up and he sees the whole arena.
Yes.
Like,
Yeah.
And then you cut in on everyone, cheering. Then you cut to everyone cheering. But, you kind of want this shot kind of bringing you something like that, kind of reorienting us. Where are we? Kind of what's happening.
That's cool.
Even like what happened to the bad guy? Did he entirely blow up? Did just his hand blow up? Shot like that. Maybe shot like before Leo falls to his knees. If the bat, you get that. Oh. Just kind of show what happened to
his
the
arm
monster.
exploding.
Yeah. Or maybe like chunks of arm and debris fall down. Just put actually another thing, just a general storyboard tip. You do your drawing, and I do this all the time. I go, you know what? That needs to be wider. And then you just go wider.
I do that so often.
And then maybe add foreground.
It's just an easy temptation to always want to cut in a bit too close. So always pulling out about 30% and just seeing if you think it's better or not has really helped me out.
Mm-hmm. All right. Next.
Space Pirate Fenrir says, I think one of my favorite things is hearing storyboard artists make sound effects vocally while explaining things.
Yeah, you guys
You're
are
in the right
getting
place.
a great preview of the JJConway scratch audio that is in every project I've worked with JJ on, which is always the best. And it's in fact so good that part of it is still in, I think, the trailer for the Rise movie. They just left it in. So does JJ at one point.
They didn't realize it was a scratch line and they forgot they put it in the trailer.
That's how good it is. They didn't know JJ. They thought it was just a character voice.
Yeah. No, they're like when they're doing the finale for Rise, when they were mixing, they're in the final mix for for Shreddy or not. And they called me and like, hey JJ, we gotta ask you something. This line, is that you or is that Rob Paulson? I'm like, oh, that's me. You should get Rob Paulson to record that.
What a compliment, though.
Thank you very much, Risen
Risen
Demon.
Thank you so much for the subbies. Thank you. We really appreciate it. That's super kind of you.
Oh man, Alan Wan, our supervising director on Rise of the Turtles. I worked with him on Turtles 2012, so I've known him a long time. And he used to give me a lot of shit because he was like, he would go, you know what? I always know what JJ is drawing because I can hear what he's drawing. As I sit at my desk going,
it helps, right? Though it really does. Like you gotta get the feeling of it. So it's like, yeah.
You did a really good Krang too. On your
thanks, Mike. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah.
The original Krang 2 scratch, which no one will ever hear, I think was a production assistant or something. And she was incredible.
It was better.
It was
sorry.
I'm trying to remember. Did we get Larissa to do that? We might have.
Yeah.
She wasn't on the show though. That was over the pandemic. I'm trying to remember who did that.
I don't know who it was, but she was like, she went so hard on those voice lines.
I think amazing. I think it was Larissa. I bet it was Larissa because she did a lot of scratch for us on the show, even though she was just kind of part of Nickelodeon's general staff. She wasn't on a particular show, but she's really good at scratch. So she did like Cassandra scratch for us sometimes, and she's great.
Oh my gosh, amazing.
Yeah,
let's see. So next up.
Right.
All right.
Oh, we should really speed up a little bit. Well, let's just watch it instead of reading this excerpt.
Okay.
I spent my Saturday nights in New York because those gleaming, dazzling parties of his were with me so vividly that I can still hear
Oh,
the
can you hear
music
that, JJ?
Yeah,
and
this
the
is
laughter,
audio.
faint and
Perfect.
incessant, from his garden and the cars
Wait, actually, I
going up.
can't. Why is this not
I
playing?
think this one's narrated,
Oh,
so...
wait, here we go. Oh, that's important.
I spent my Saturday nights in New York because those gleaming, dazzling parties of his were with me so vividly that I can still hear the music and the laughter faint and incessant from his garden and the cars going up and down his drive. One night, I did hear a material car there and saw its lights stop at his front steps. But I didn't investigate. Probably it was some final guest who had been away at the ends of the earth and didn't know that the party was over.
Yeah.
Huh.
Good vocal read. I don't know if that's the person who has storyboarded this or if that's like an audiobook, but it's very good.
Might be credited.
I think the music was. Oh, there we are, yeah. Sound effects source YouTube audio library, maybe? I don't know.
Let's watch this one more time.
I spent my Saturday nights in New York because those gleaming, dazzling parties of his were with me so vividly that I can still hear the music and the laughter faint and incessant from his garden and the cars going up and down his drive. One night, I did hear a material car there and saw its lights stop at his front steps. But I didn't investigate. Probably it was some final guest who had been away at the ends of the earth and didn't know that the party was over.
So a few things. I think off the bat, the imagery in the text is kind of at odds. It's not. I don't think it's being translated visually.
Okay.
Because it's talking about, like, I think what it's saying is. Let me look. Oh wait, the actual text is written in this document, right?
Yes, it's number 5 down.
Okay, let me look. All right, I spent my Saturday nights in New York because those gleaming, dazzling parties of his were with me so vividly that I could still hear the music and laughter, faint and incessant from his garden, and the cars going up and down his drive. One night, I did hear a material car there and saw its lights stop at his front step. Is this literal? I'm having a little trouble understanding.
Yeah, there's
Is he saying that he's not actually hearing this, but it's so vivid in his memory that it keeps him up at night, right?
I'm not sure. Honestly.
Yeah, like the way I'm interpreting it, because I haven't read the book in a long time, so I don't remember this part of Great Gatsby. But I think he's saying he spent his Saturday nights in New York, which I'm assuming is a different place, because this person's parties were keeping him awake.
They're so disruptive, it keeps him awake, but it doesn't matter because he can still hear them.
Yeah.
And this conversation that we're having is kind of indicative of how the kind of what I was saying. Like I don't know that this is clearly translating the intent of the story, because I'm just not really sure how to interpret. Like this kind of looks very literal,
yeah,
but
I think
I'm
you're
also
right.
not sure how to read this.
I think you're right, JJ. I think rereading it, that the parties ended, but he can still remember them so vividly that they keep him awake anyway, just a memory of them. But the parties are no longer going on.
Yeah. And I think there's a few things a few things, a few questions I would ask myself when starting to plan this is, how do I want to communicate that this character is being kept awake at night by things he can't literally hear? And this is the kind of thing, I don't think I've talked about this yet, but one of the things I do a lot when I'm storyboarding something is I look at a lot of reference, a lot of film reference, a lot of, any kind of inspiration to kind of help me get some ideas of how the masters have done this stuff, and kind of help me see different ways to approach it rather than a very just basic literal translation from script to screen. And part of that, I think I touched earlier on, one of the best things you can do if you want to storyboard is just watch a ton of movies to build your visual library and just train your mind's eye to see things in all these different ways. The other thing that's important about that is when you have that visual library, you read the script and go, oh, this is like that scene. This is like that scene in Once Upon a Time in the West.
Yes.
Let me study that scene and actually like dissect why I think these are similar. And I want to understand how that scene works and understand what lessons I can take from that scene and put to use in this one. So for this, I would try to think of anything where, someone's like kept awake at night by, memories of something traumatic, hallucinations, maybe, anything like that, and kind of understand how is the filmmaker communicating these ideas and how can I put that to use?
I have an idea.
Yeah.
Well, it feels like if the things aren't literally like, because you would have audio as well potentially going on, but like,
Yeah.
there's a motif here where there's cars driving by. I feel like that you could use that visually in in a way where, like, the light cast by cars and stuff as they go by could be casting shadows on the wall of the
lovely.
subjects. So it's like you see silhouettes of people dancing, or you see like drinks on the table or something that aren't there because you can see the room is kind of bare.
Yeah.
But like, it could be a way to connect the two things that they're talking about.
Yeah, it gets surreal if you want to.
Yeah, I love that.
Just give the impression of anything to put your viewer in the mind of the character. Is always helpful.
I'm a little confused about who this is.
This first shot here.
And who this is. Is it the same person being like, I'm remembering my time here? And like,
what I think is happening. Well, I was gonna say what I think is happening is this person leaving one place and going to the quieter place. Except this is him unpacking, and this is clearly a different room. And so I think going back to that main thing, I think I've said with everything, is clarity is the most important thing. The audience needs to understand what this place is, and then understand how it relates to this place. And as a storyboard artist, you need to think about the visual ways in order to do that. If this is a place, like, if this is a place that he's leaving, we want to see him obviously packing and then exiting this place to this new one. The thing I'm taking away is we got blackout curtains, but now we got a window where it's just night.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure what that's saying because the text from the narration isn't talking about him needing to sleep during the day. You know what I mean? And so there's a disconnect between what I'm taking away from the excerpt and what I am taking away from the storyboard. And so I think what I would recommend is really thinking, kind of stepping back and thinking, kind of just asking questions, like kind of asking yourself a lot of questions, like what do I why did I choose this selection, and how do I communicate to the audience why the selection is important to me? What are the things that really stand out to me and make this special to me? And how do I make the audience feel how I feel about this selection?
Yeah.
And I think that'll go a long way, because if it is that imagery of a man who is almost haunted by these lavish parties so much that he tries to escape them, but he still can't. Really look for your visual ways to put the audience into that experience.
Yeah.
And then just a few compositional things. This shot, I brought it up a lot, your thirds. Anything outside that is dead space. So there's a lot of not only is there a lot of dead space in this composition, so you should consider framing it in a way that takes advantage of the frame. What I also would say here is this is a gigantic empty room, and that's something that you're going to want to avoid, because this is almost surreal. The way it's a big empty room with only a tiny little window. That's not really something that exists in reality. That's the kind of thing you'd see in like a surreal, like the nightmare scene of a surrealist film. And so consider if background design isn't your strong point, honestly, just go look up some photos of a bedroom and use that as your reference. That's what I do. If I'm not super strong about oh my god, I had to design in Transformers and Age of Evolution. There's a scene that takes place on a conveyor belt that leads to a smelting vat, and I'm like, what the hell does that even look like?
Yeah.
Okay. And so I just looked up a bunch of photos. I'm like, oh, that's all right. So these are kind of the pieces of it. Okay. And so I just kind of, all right, well, so this is what the smelting thing looks like. But we need a conveyor belt. So what does a conveyor belt actually look like? What's the non-Looney Tunes version of a conveyor belt? And I looked that up. Kind of just put those things together, and then kind of drew some scaffolding to kind of make it feel a little more grounded. But that's what I did for to help myself to fill in the gaps of my knowledge.
Yeah. It's going to help
so in
you
this
become
case,
stronger as well with general just drawing and composition to look at how photos are framed or other compositions in other bedroom scenes. Yeah.
And there's a lot you can learn from somebody's room too. There's a lot of storytelling that happens in an environment or in a background. So if this guy's just scraping by, it's the kind of thing where mattress on the floor, and then maybe a dresser, but that doesn't really have anything on it. But also make that room smaller so that you feel the claustrophobia of his situation in life. Those are all things to kind of think about. I think just the one window it's so specific that I feel like it would need to be really feel how that's part of the design, because even I think even in small really small apartments, you would still have, if this wall is facing, or if this is adjacent to your outside, you're still probably gonna have more than just that one window.
The wall's as wide as that.
Yeah.
And so it's look up some reference for inspiration on how to help design the room, and that's going to go a long way. And that's also going to help you come up with interesting compositions.
Yeah.
Because it's hard to come up with interesting compositions in a big empty room that don't emphasize the emptiness of it.
I think in this instance, like there's a lot of 45-degree angles to the corner of the room, which is not really something you can get from a point of view. Like it's contradicting the point of view of where you're shot the camera from. So that just suggests that perspective. Have a as a JJ is suggesting, have a look at some rooms and see. Do some studies of that, because we've also got like this top down, but it feels very kind of Zelda, 2D Zelda.
It does kind
like,
of help add to the weird, abstract, unsettling feeling that lies like beneath the story here. Which I quite like, as long as you're doing it intentionally.
Yeah. I think that's the difference. If it's intentionally surreal, then it's kind of like who's that director that does very central compositions?
Oh, Grand Budapest Hotel.
Wes Anderson.
Yeah. Oh, so
like
good.
if you want that, then you need to like lean into that intentional way of staging. But this is still coming off a little bit like uncertain. Like it's straddling the line between this is intentionally surreal and this is unintentionally not communicating the perspective great.
And geographically, and I think I just don't really have the context for kind of where this house is in relation to this one, because this makes it look like they're kind of neighbors in the suburbs, but I don't think that's from my memory of Great Gatsby, I don't think that was the case. So just kind of when kind of composing these shots, think about, all right, where is all of this? How does it tie together? And how do I communicate that to the audience? On here, we've talked about the screen direction before. I'm going to call him D for dude, is on the left, looking to the right. And so when we cut here, we want him to be on the left, looking to the right also.
Yeah, the screen direction was playing me a little bit in terms of me figuring out where the house was in relation to him. So, yeah, I think that would definitely help. Also, just for little touches like the car's headlights illuminating his window. I think felt like they were coming from right to left. But if he's looking out the window when he's looking at the house there, it's directly opposite instead. So, just, little things like that to make it feel like it's a cohesive, consistent world.
I also felt in the shot where you're seeing the house and the car and his head comes into view, I almost feel like we need some showing some of the window frame somewhere.
Like a frame within a frame.
Yeah, because it kind of feels like he's on the top of a building, like there's no window there. I kind of got the sense he was outside now, perhaps. There was just that moment of like...
Again, the moment of uncertainty.
Yeah.
That takes you out of the story.
Yeah, just that framing of like, oh, okay, he's looking out of the window.
Yeah.
Like you almost want that hand to be like moving the curtains or something like that so you can see what's going on outside. Like that kind of thing can really help ground a shot in geography. Another thing, just keep an eye out for anatomy here. Something I do, especially when I'm trying to do more subtle acting, I act it out myself. And if you try to kind of act this pose out, you'll see that kind of the arm doesn't really bend this way. It's bending backward at a pretty unnatural angle.
Mike and me both trying to do it in the room. Yeah.
And I think the problem. I think this happened trying to achieve two things: trying to get the character turning, but also trying to get a clear silhouette on the action. And it kind of created something a little awkward. So I'd probably, you're probably gonna get closest to something kind of like this. But that's not a great silhouette. And so what I'd probably do is maybe wait until kind of actually get the shrug as he's kind of turned, so that you can get kind of a more natural like, whatevs.
Yeah, it almost feels a little bit more dismissive as well if he's already turned around and is walking away when he does it.
Something one of my producers that I'm working with says, the question he asks a lot is he'll kind of scrutinize some acting choices by going, so that's the cartoon version of that, but what would an actor actually do if they were performing this?
Yes.
And in this case, since this is The Great Gatsby, we're not doing the cartoon acting for it.
Mm-hmm.
And so kind of that hands in the air, like, I don't know. That's more of a cartoon shorthand that you get away with, like Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck get away with it, because they're all about shorthanding things so the audience understands what's going on real quickly. But when you're doing something like The Great Gatsby, you want to think real naturally. You want to think like, all right, what is an actor going to do kind of in this moment? So it's probably going to be kind of something a lot more just like dismissive, like just like a hand motion, like oh god, this is so bad, like fuck you. just like a real like dismissive like hand wave, like whatever, and then he turns.
I see. For a second I was seeing that as both the hands, and then I realized that it was a movement. Yeah. No, I agree. The acting feels a little. Everything else is quite moody in the way you've done it, and subtle and held back, and then that felt kind of like it was from a different style of storytelling.
Yeah. Shall we jump to another? Oh, do you have anything else to add?
No, that's fantastic. I completely agree with everything. I'm gonna ask now, JJ, how would you feel about potentially doing a part 2 of this at some point in the next week or so? I don't know how free you are, just because it's getting quite late over here as well.
Well, I'm not gonna be available for the next 2 weekends.
Okay, gotcha. Well, we could take your lessons forward and do the rest of the reviews. Mike and I, maybe tomorrow if you want, Mike.
Sure.
Yeah, and then we could do one more here with JJ, so that JJ can go and have some free time on his Sunday, and we can get some sleep before the stream tomorrow.
Well, let's do a speed run then, and we'll just kind of watch the rest of them and just flag any general notes. How's that sound?
That sounds fantastic. Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Okay, Radical.
This one's quick.
Yeah, it's very short. There you are. This should be easy to speedrun, right? We can't talk for 10 minutes about this, or can we?
Is there audio on this one?
Not that I hear.
No, I don't think so.
It is unfortunately so short that I don't really know what to say about it.
The
we
one
don't
thing
really have.
I do know is that this is Hannibal, I think, is what this was taken from. So I'd interpret from the storyboard it's maybe someone after being let out of prison, still kind of in that headspace, and then realizing that they're no longer there. But being kind of haunted by that memory.
But the society is a prison all of its own.
Oh, Michael.
Sorry.
Makes me wonder. So do we think this is an airplane movie theater presentation? It's probably an airplane, huh?
Yeah, actually,
think
I
it is
was
an airplane,
interpreting it
yeah.
as some kind of theatre or something, but it does look more like an airplane that you said it. There's someone with like headphones and an eye mask on. I think it's because the kid was cheering that made me think they were watching something.
So we were on a train today, and a woman got on, and she had a buggy with one kid in it, and 4 other children and a dog. And for like a half hour, she basically had to keep every single one of them from exploding.
She was amazing.
Sounds
The patience
like
of
a
saint.
nightmare.
But I was like, that would be my existential nightmare. Her daily life is my existential nightmare, and I feel like that's what the vibes of this character is here, is that like they're surrounded by life. They don't know how to deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think my big note on this one is I'm missing the context I'm missing context, I think. And so I would just need this to be a little more of a substantial bite. Even just go a little far, like a little before this or a little after, so that we really understand the befores and afters. Like in this one, he's wearing a suit, so I can't tell if he's in prison here, but if it was like a little, if he was, had like the orange jumpsuit on and then it crossfaded to this, that would make it a little more clear.
Yeah, agreed. Technically speaking, like this one's like looking pretty good though in terms of cleanup is nice and everything. The perspective is pretty clear.
Mm-hmm. I think what I'd have actually a similar note to the last one, where Great Gatsby is such a grounded story that I would expect the kind of the acting and drawing choices to be equally grounded.
Yes.
And so I'd probably say something similar. If you're going to do something like Hannibal, lean more into like, I would expect kind of the design and storytelling choices to be a little more like Legend of Korra.
Yeah, a little less
just 'cause I can't-
cartoony.
Yeah, because I have a hard time imagining the Hannibal story actually playing out in something that is a little more stylized like this.
Yeah.
Hannibal, the Saturday morning cartoon.
Oh my god,
Hannibal
you
Tree
like that
Friends.
Saturday morning Watchmen cartoon?
Oh my gosh, that was so good.
That's a good point.
Next.
There we are. Let's have a look. Who's this creepy customer?
Tag, you're it.
Ooh, is he making people sick?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's like Jack Frost for the flu.
Yeah.
Get your jabs, everyone.
What I would say, I think that's what. So, having this helps communicate that idea, but I feel like I want to see it 1 or 2 more times to lock down the idea. Because right here we can't see what's like. We're not going to be able to really see what's we definitely can't see what's happening because the characters he touches don't react in these roughs. And so I think 1 or 2 inserts would help. Honestly, like I would do like show the girl, and then I'd show 2 more characters, maybe at least 1 more character, maybe 2, also getting the same falling ill to his touch. Then when we go to this shot, we're super clear on what's happening, and we can really just take in the scope, like the scope of his operation, so to speak. And also, right now you're communicating that mostly by having them turn pale blue. And a big question to ask is, so that's a big part of what's making this clear. But it's a problem if that's not what the final art direction is going to look like.
Mm-hmm.
That clarity is all going to go away if they all just look normal.
Yeah.
And so that's something an important consideration is thinking forward to what it's actually going to look like and making sure that it's like you're, as a storyboard artist, you're not an art director but being mindful of how the art direction will play out is going to, again, make your story clear.
You're so right. Like, you're going to have them have a big enough reaction to be able to be seen at this distance if the colour of them is not going to reflect the boards. Or, like JJ was saying, if you add those insert shots, then you're already clear what's happening. And you can then just deduce from this shot that these people are also getting ill.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like if you think about this rendered, like if this is Avatar: The Last Airbender, you know, that it's not really in that show's visual language to have characters literally turn a different color. And so, you know, just being mindful of the voice of your show and the voice of kind of the visual voice of the show, just so that you know that everything is going to be clear.
One thing I feel is missing as well is I'm not really sure how this character feels about what they're doing. Like, it feels like the only real indication we have is that one look on that character, but it's kind of a look of annoyance, but I'm not really sure how that links up to what they're doing.
Yeah. Like, is it matter of fact? Is it just a day in the life? Is this something he enjoys? Is this something he's reluctant to do? Is this something he's resigned to do? Those are all little things that, you know, and it's the kind of thing where it's all about, like, you just do, you know, in his expression, you communicate that. It's not like you need to add 10 shots to communicate it. It's you layer that into the character specificity in your acting choices.
Yeah, exactly. There's body language too, right? Just like you were saying about the Joker and how he's like skipping across the road in his introduction. If you have this guy skipping between people, we immediately know, hey, he's taking some kind of pleasure in doing this.
Yeah. Anything else you guys want to add?
No, I like you've got a nice establishing shot going on here, you know, which is going to be great. I like the reveal of the character. I think that's really neat. I like the way you've implied that they move with this smokiness. I think that's also really neat. It's really clear what's happening, so the storytelling's pretty good. I think the insert notes that JJ gave are really good.
So a way to kind of spice this up is I would maybe start this shot with a girl. It's kind of like super clear subject, and then have him walk into this position, and then have your camera kind of adjust so that it creates this, you know, the actual framing you have. And that's just a nice way to kind of that's a nice way to transition from one shot to another, because she would, if you want a proper hookup, she would have to be here in this shot. But I don't think that's exactly what we want. You can just have him walking here, and then if you cut and it's a shot of her and he walks behind her, it's clear, super clear what's going on.
Yeah, and you get to make him do more of his kind of creepy, smoky stuff.
Yeah.
As well, which is always fun.
Yeah, and part of me would, instead of him tapping her and then woo-hoo, sneaking away, I would just have him tap her, like casually tap her as he walks by. You know, just make it feel, yeah.
Yeah, he does feel like he kind of just takes off at the end of that shot, and then he's like, woo, going super fast through everyone, which I'm not sure is what you were 100% going for.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think it's cool. It's a cool concept. Like it.
Yeah. Next.
You're Jacob Saucedo at Sovereign Sky.
Ooh. These are nice drawings.
Yeah.
Ooh, cool.
Hmm.
So what I like here, we kind of start close, get the smile, and it's again, it's engaging because it's showing the audience something, makes them curious about whose eyes are these. Oh, we learned something about this person, with that kind of like
Nefarious
grin.
kind of smile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you cut wide to show, kind of where are we, who is this person, and what is, creating this wind. Oh, it's these like helicopter little drone things.
Nice foreground elements and feeling of depth as well. Like, I think this level of background is all you really need in most shots.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, it's nice and clear.
Yeah, kind of shots like this, they're cool because they help build out the moment, they build out the mood you're going for. Cool, kind of showing her charging up something. You've been living a dream long enough. I think my only critique would be it feels like we're building up to her attacking, especially with this gesture, but then we don't have any kind of attack. And so if that's not the intention, I would revise this to kind of maybe it's her just taking like a different stance, like.
I think it's also not helped if it is not meant to be her kind of charging something up. Then the shot of the ears kind of turning into hair and something unlocking in her back, and then the veins glowing on the face, they all feel like they're culminating into a build-up of some kind of release or reveal. So if that's not feeding into that, then I'd consider revising those shots just to keep them more with the intention you're going for. And if they are meant to be building up to something, maybe some kind of like little effects or something that happens to make it clearer what power is being kind of expelled here, or what is she doing exactly that she was building up to.
But yeah, I might do something a little more like this, where it's just kind of more of a pose rather than, because I think what threw me off is we're almost cutting on the action of this arm whipping, so I almost expect it to hurl like an energy projectile or something that we then see fly and hit this drone thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts?
See, I'm just checking the text here to see if there's any answers in here.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I always forget we have that cheat sheet.
Yeah. Black hair hurls back like serpents from my head. Another tide of ki surges from my spine and into my armor. I've seen pilots conducting their ki at full intensity for photo ops, so I know that my eyes and the ki meridians in my face must be blazing silver white. You've been living a dream for long enough, I yell at the cameras between bursts of maniacal laughter, raising my arms. So I think it's meant to be like kind of a victory moment, in which case I'd keep that like whipping hair and glowing veins and maybe a crackle of power around them to make it feel like that build-up was a payoff to something. So here,
and these are camera, like these are like news cameras or something.
They're drones.
And so if that's the case, so that like it kind of sounded like this person's like performing for cameras. Mm-hmm. Even if it's like a bad guy who's making their debut to like the news cameras, I would throw in a POV of these cameras to give us, to tell the audience kind of who is watching these cameras. Is this going to be like closed circuit television? Is this going to be like a news helicopter sort of footage? But yeah, basically I'd probably do, she's standing on something.
Yeah, I just realized that too.
Oh, you
We had
guys
the
just clocked
realization
that.
at the same moment. Yeah.
So I would do like this kind of shot. Oh boy.
I feel-
Boy, that's not right, but you know what I mean. And so you get like the news chyron with like the news station, and it's like that down shot.
You could do one of my favourite things, which is that neat little zoom in that you get with cameras when they're trying to focus on something.
Yeah. Kind of bring that to life. Cool.
Yeah,
next?
nice. Good job. Yeah, let's head onwards.
Continue our speed run.
Yeah. Let's go, go, go. Nice drawings. Like that nice wide shot.
Man, these are really, really nice drawings.
Yeah.
Really nice effects work. The biggest thing I'd say is just a background pass. It's one thing when you're doing so. Understanding that I understand that a lot of these are done in spare time as exercises, and that like something like this is great for your kind of like almost like internal roughs where you don't have to present it to somebody. But anytime when you're storyboarding for work that you need somebody to review your work, it should be clear. Your ideas should be clear enough that you don't have to pitch it to someone or step them through it. Or if they are in that state, then you should make sure that you are there to actually kind of like step whoever needs to review it through what's happening.
Yeah.
And I bring that up because there's some really great movement in this. But like, for example, in this shot, so that like the quality of drawing on the character and in the perspective of the character and their movement through frame is enough that I understand that our vanishing point here, and there's probably like a cliff kind of moving kind of like here. Where I start to get confused is here. So I think what's happening is this amulet is giving them the power to fly. So they're falling away from camera. And then we're tracking as they fly up. But they're moving backwards in that pose.
Yeah, it looks like they're kind of sideways there, right?
Or are they rewinding time? It's the movement through the frame is great. I would just, if I was presenting this to someone, I'd give this part a little more love so that it's clear what exactly I'm communicating. But the quality of the character drawing, compositions are great, and yeah, the movement through scene is really, really incredible.
Yeah.
Like I love just the movement of the effects here. Kind of that
That's
way
beautiful.
things kind of crisscross here. Really, just like great eye drawing, man. This is super cool. Having that flicker. It's a really good balance between showing enough of the sword without showing the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because that can be a hard balance to find. Like, oh, do I need to show the whole sword so we know it's a sword? Not always. In this case, we show a hilt and we show blade, and so we can kind of infer how long that sword is going to be, and it creates a nice composition, so you don't want to disrupt how nice that composition is, especially since when he grabs it, we do see how long it is.
Yeah.
And it's just really, really clean and clear the way when they swing the sword, we follow the effect coming off. Really cool.
Yeah, super awesome. I really appreciate those long shots too, just because that's something which, again, like I don't naturally do, so I always appreciate it when I see it done well. And I think they really help to sell the scale of everything. Like you've got a lovely establishing shot. There's that great shot when we cut back to see over the army's heads this golden light going into the sky, and there's that great shot there at the end as well, which all really help to sell the like feeling of epicness it has. I'd agree with JJ, which is that you've got great motion, but sometimes the motion is hard to read or understand just because it's not clarified enough with the background. And maybe just like another pass on that would clarify it enough for people to be able to follow it a bit better.
Yeah. No, awesome
the shots
work.
are very cool.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Next.
Oh no.
Oh no. This one's titled Nico Summons the Dead, so let's see what happens.
Oh, that was cool.
Ooh, yeah, I like that. That's a rotation.
Yeah, that's cool.
What?
This is wonderful.
Yes.
Super funny.
I love the idea of offering the dead McDonald's.
Yeah. Yeah, overall, this is really solid.
I could follow everything which was happening, I think, there.
So I would just clarify, the reason I said oh no at the beginning is the bunk bed and the position of that, it made me think it was like in a prison with a toilet in the corner of the room.
Oh no.
So I was like, oh no, prison toilet. That was
I
all.
totally see that. I think the thing Okay, so this character is looking through some magic water or something to see this scene. Honestly, for the sake of clarity, I would skip this beginning part because we never return to this character. And for the sake of a sample like this, where, it basically exists kind of, in the confines of, the first and last frames, I would just skip this because this kind of confused me. Or this, trying to piece together how this related to this, caused me confusion. Because I was trying to catch up, or I was trying to kind of figure out how does this guy relate to all of this stuff. When really, the scene is about this dude and what happens.
That scene stands alone so well as well.
It feels like maybe there needs to be another, in order for it to have sense, and there needs to be a shot where you see
his reaction or something.
Yeah, Nico's the other guy's reaction to what Nico is doing. So
it begs questions like, is he literally there? Like, did he literally transport? Is he mentally projecting there? Like, are these two figures who are grave robbing, are they able to be aware of this character? Is there danger of them becoming aware of this character? Those are all questions that we have, but given the confines of the scene, that's all stuff that's unnecessary. So I'd honestly just start it here.
Yeah.
And my biggest piece of feedback is just I would widen a number of these compositions. Like this is great. I would just adjust higher and a little wider so that this shot to get, because there's a great silhouette happening here with, little kid and his ghost advisor,
Yeah.
Or
These characters are super fun. Like, you've done a really good job bringing them to life.
yeah.
Do you know the characters?
Nope.
Okay,
But I
gotcha.
like them.
Okay,
Just from this storyboard.
there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, well, that's a great shot. I just widened it a little bit.
Yeah.
And also I would probably, so right now his ghost tail overlaps the foreground. I would create some negative space there so that it's extra clear that he is a ghost that's floating.
It's a really nice pan shot as well. I really like that you start like under the ground with them digging and then come up. It's super neat. I'd hold a bit longer on that last like frame to really let it sink in because it's such a good shot.
Honestly, I would also, I don't think you need this shot
No, you could
or
just
this shot or even this shot. I think you maybe keep this one, but you could honestly just stage a lot of that stuff here
Yeah.
on this shot because it's a really strong composition, and cutting doesn't give us any new information or it doesn't recontextualize what we're seeing in any important ways. So it's unnecessary. And yeah, just given that such a strong shot, let's just live on it for a minute.
Yeah. You
And
can
then-
see them
then
both
when
so
you
clearly
cut-
too.
Yeah, and then when you cut it, it can bring cut when you want to bring attention to something special.
Yeah.
So you can do this cut here, for example, to bring attention to his advisor's kind of goofy antics, for example.
Yeah.
Can I just say, Kunzi, it says, "Whoa, this is cool. Do you guys have storyboard review streams often?" ?
We don't. This is like a special occasion. This is our AnimorningChallenge review. So JJConway is helping us out by coming on as a guest reviewer and looking at some storyboards. So we don't always do storyboard challenges, but we do occasionally. So keep your eyes peeled for them because they're fun. Yeah, I love these two grave digging skeletons as well, and the way you have them crumble.
I think that like I can harken that
That's
to like
so good.
the Koopas of their bones in Mario that drop when you hit them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where
Yeah.
I'm hearing that sound.
I'd let them fall completely out of frame though when they crumble, rather than cutting to them having kind of already landed. Have them like crumble out of frame and leave just the kid and the advisor in frame, and then you can cut to them if you want.
I think we're tracking with it. I think we're tracking with them falling into a pile of bones.
Oh, so the heads are like rotating round and landing facing us.
I think so.
I think so.
Gotcha. Okay, in that case,
Oh,
disregard.
no, you're right. I think it is. No, I think you are right that it is a cut. Yeah, you're right. This is a reverse shot.
We could cut down. We could track down with them though, and I think that would work pretty well.
Yeah. In that case, I would probably, again, widen a little bit. You have really nice compositions, and just get widening, 10, 15%, is just going to give them a little more breathing room. But you have a really good eye for composition.
Yeah.
Again, this shot, most directors are going to tell you not to cut characters off like this.
Mm-hmm.
So frame wide enough so that, even if the kid is not the subject, you probably don't want to cut them off you want to cut them off probably more like collarbone.
Yeah, you can always have a slightly low angle shot if you want, so you can frame the kid in better and also get the advisor there. think it
So,
adds some
even-
nice depth as well in JJ's doodle there.
Yeah, so something like that. Just gonna give it a little more breathing room. And since we are kind of cutting, what motivates the cut is the kid. So you don't want the kid to be lost.
Mm-hmm.
But your sense of when to cut and how to motivate it is really good. Like having the kid turn and using that to motivate. All right, kid turns. Cut to what is the kid turning to do?
Yeah.
That's good, strong motivation. And then boom, boom. But yeah, a lot of these,
Yeah.
frame length just a little wider. Frame
Again,
just
I
a
don't
little
know if,
wider.
I don't know if I think that might be a cut there again. I'd just make that one shot when he pours the can. I
Honestly,
feel
yeah,
it's-
like you could probably create a rhythm where it's like pulls out the cans, clicks the can, and then you cut to like the wider version of him pouring the can.
Mhm.
Kind of get a little bit of a rhythm in there.
Yeah.
This is so goofy.
Yeah.
I love it.
I love this.
And on this one, I would frame like twice as wide. Because this is a great composition. You got like your characters are well framed, and you got the spirits kind of coming in towards them.
Mhm.
But like I want that twice as wide so I can see twice as many spirits coming from far away.
Yeah.
It's great. I love it. Also, just like really nice, like really appealing drawing shorthand.
Mm-hmm.
That's great. Love it.
Here they come.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, love it. So fun.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Good time.
Next. Okay, so here's what I think is happening.
Mm-hmm.
This character has been knocked down on the ground, and then we cut to his POV of his friend kind of getting in a dude's face, and then coming up to help his friend.
Gotcha.
But then this is confusing because this is either two characters laying next to each other or two characters now standing, and so I'm a little confused by
I think
that.
they're standing.
They've got to be standing right by the poses, but the background is a little bit unclear there. Like
Yeah.
it's quite clear in the point of view shot. Like just a little grid or something would really help out in each of the scenes to show us where the horizon line is and everything.
This is a subjective thing, but this is just my kind of personal preference. I find 3/4 shots to be a little disengaging, because I find them to be a little more informational. They are effective, especially when you are staging multiple characters, and that becomes your most clear way to just communicate where everything is. But for a moment like this, when we're trying to get into the headspace of a character who is going through something, I prefer the way one of my teachers described it, shots where the character is looking at the camera's ear. And so what that means is if you are a camera and your eyes are the camera lenses and you're looking at your subject, that subject is looking at your ear.
I've never heard it said that way, but that's genius.
Yeah, so they're not looking straight at the camera, but they're looking just past it. They're looking right here at the ear. And so, oh boy, that's not good. Let's just do it like that. And so, this character is laying down. I might even frame tighter to really like put us in that character's headspace.
A slow zoom as well would work really well, I think, in this moment.
Yeah.
To kind of up the intensity a little bit and really draw us into how that character's feeling.
Yeah. Maybe even have them either fall back or slide in or something, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Really like put us to again, it's subjective, but to me shots like this give you a window, like a much better or not better. That's not the right way to put it. It gives you like a window into their headspace and kind of puts you in their headspace a little bit.
Yeah, it's interesting.
A little bit more.
I never really thought of 3/4 shots as being more objective before, but you're right, they do feel that way. There's like a distance between the audience and the character.
Yeah, because it's you know that shots like that. I almost never use a 3/4 shot for a personal moment.
Yeah.
I use that for when they're doing exposition. You know, if you look at like any of my storyboards, you know, like any of my storyboards, all those like real personal moments, it's looking at the camera's view.
Yeah, it's face on or sometimes profile, but very rarely 3/4.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Interesting.
And then one really nice thing. So I would push this a little bit, but I like your instincts to characters looking up, shell shocked, and then they look, and that motivates our cut to the POV. And that's what clued me, help me understand kind of what's going on. It's like,
Yes.
oh, he looks. Now we are seeing what this character's looking at.
That little vignette's really helpful too for that. I missed it the first time I saw this, but yeah, it feels much clearer now that you've mentioned that.
One thing that I think is working against what you're trying to do is, and if I'm wrong about this being the character laying down, that's possible, but if this character's laying down, you definitely want to push your perspective so that we're looking up at characters.
Are they maybe against a wall and that's the leftmost character?
They could be.
Possibly, but I don't know how to read the
Yeah.
Bricks then are
work
stacked
then.
vertically, which seems odd.
It's like super Dutch angle? I don't know, I'm throwing out ideas.
Yeah. So the note that has come up a lot, just clarity.
Yeah.
Make sure that somebody who's looking at someone who can't ask you what's going on, make sure they don't need to. But yeah, I would push this. And one thing I don't see in here are your grid lines or your like vanishing points, and I just find those so freaking helpful. I basically start every shot. In Storyboard Pro, I have BG and then BG1. BG is at 20%, BG1's at 40%. Every single file I do. This is my grid line, BG1. So I got like a grid at 20%. And then BG1 is I block in kind of just my rough background.
Yeah.
And that's how I start every single file, just making sure that those two layers are in there. And it just helps keep me organized. So in this case, even just having that right there, that communicates so much about the angle.
Yeah, it's huge. And then like you see you have the wall detail on the left there. You can literally just draw the brick lines along that grid and it's going to make the angle feel way more convincing.
Done.
It's like having that grid or just having that horizon line and vanishing point is a lot more helpful than this background. So I'm honestly not sure what the perspective of this background is. I'm not sure what I'm looking at with this background.
Yeah,
but having just like the horizon line, it's like, oh, we're eye level with these characters and they're standing now.
Yeah.
And also, I think he's laying down and he's clearly standing. So you probably just want a start pose of this guy helping this guy up.
Yeah.
Like,
you can even start it in the previous scene if you
Come
want to
on,
get fancy
buddy.
with it.
Yeah.
Some JJ scratch for you.
Yeah, I have him. Just cut on action there.
Yeah.
Yeah, like this background isn't helping you because it feels like it has a competing perspective. Like this feels almost, well, you got this line going like this line going like this, but also you got this line going like this, and so it part of me feels like it's supposed to be kind of like this. But then you have this, so kind of like a 3/4 down, but this is super eye level.
Yeah, it's very flat on.
So it's very so you have competing perspectives. And so just having like a super clear vanishing point and horizon line is going to go a long way. And also that I use the line tool for that. It just keeps it super simple and clear, super solid.
Yes. Also, I think you would be seeing the back of his friend's head on that shot there. If his arms are anything to go by.
All right, yeah. Or
Unless he's ducked out of shot. Oh, thank you, Blueberry Bean. Happy Pride to you too. Happy Pride, everybody.
Yeah. That's actually not even right. It's more like...
Yeah.
And then if you do have that character in the foreground, I would just reframe it so that it's a little more balanced.
Yeah, because I like this drawing of the character. Like I like this framing. So I think just going with that more eye level perspective will work really well.
Yeah. Cool. Next.
Yeah.
We got
Sounds good.
5 more.
Oh my gosh, JJ, look at us go.
Let's go.
Whoa.
We got the momentum.
Yeah.
Yo, thanks for the raid. Welcome in. Oh no.
Oh, this one looks really sad.
Wait.
Oh, this one's effective.
Yeah. There's 2 things. When he sees the hair kind of coming off in his fingers, I would do a different reaction shot. I would stage it, or I'd start it a little more.
Yeah,
Like
really
this.
make a meal of that reaction shot, because that's the thing that we want to see at that moment, right? Is how
And
he
what
feels
we
about
really
it.
exactly put that character a lot more as the subject, and really tell the audience how does this character feel about seeing this hair coming off in his hand, or coming off as he kind of strokes her head.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the raid, by the way. Sorry if we're not super responsive. We're on storyboard review mode. But thank you very much.
And you can even, if you're feeling fancy, potentially like have that hand. Oh boy.
Oh, yes.
Have that hand like in the foreground and in soft focus.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd frame it a little wider for that, but
Yeah.
I like that, but better.
I like the motion of him like putting their head down on the other character's head, but you can follow them with the camera, like JJ suggested before, and still start the framing on that nice central shot.
Yeah, and even in the central shot, you can still do that exact same thing. 'Cause I agree that ending the shot by kind of hugging this person that was really effective.
Yeah.
I think it's just really like putting that character's emotions and reactions center stage is what you want for that moment. And then just a small, almost semantic thing when it comes to the just technicals is on this shot. You break your 180 line.
Mm-hmm.
Although I think you do it. So the proper way to do it would be to have person here like that. But I suspect you cheated so that we could see the character's head.
Mm-hmm.
I would still keep it proper because I think it's going to be a little disorienting breaking the 180 line in such an intimate personal moment. I think that's going to be disorienting, and I think you can still you can probably even cheat it a little bit, get a little head there, and really just make the body language tell the story. And then that would be, but still same thing with okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Did I
you
just
could
refresh?
if you wanted to be. You should be able to just refresh.
Mm.
If you wanted to be super corny with it, then you could always make it a center framing and have enlarge the hole going into the cave a little bit so that the character is sitting in the negative space and is framed by the rain instead.
Oh, yeah, I like that idea.
I almost feel like the character would be trying to hide who they're holding from view, so obscuring them.
Well, hiding them from what? Because remember, we as the audience are invisible to this character.
Alright then.
I like
And you know what's great about that idea, India, is it's like the rain outside really underscores the tears.
Yeah,
Oh.
It's like the cave that's meant to provide security to them, presumably, might as well not be there. They are still kind of out in whatever this storm is emotionally.
So just for context, everybody, Swifty is the border that JJ chooses to kill every character. So the good
JJ got me
idea.
a t-shirt of the last character I killed.
So
I wear it with
That's not-
pride.
It wasn't the last character. You
actually
killed a
wasn't.
lot of characters since then.
That's true. It was the character that... Well, no, it wasn't even the character that least deserved to be killed.
So you just had an example there.
If I
Where,
had a t-shirt for every character I killed, I wouldn't need to buy any more clothes anymore. I could just live off them. I love
So
it though.
funny.
Like, there's such nice meaty moments.
look at that thumbnail up to
I
the
love
top
moments
left
like
there.
this where you get to really, feel with the character. As
The
audience.
cave may as well not even be there, says Swifty.
What? It's true. It's true. Lovely shot there as well.
That's
Yeah. Awesome work.
Really nice button on the end of the scene.
Yeah.
I really want to know what this one is.
I
You
know what
kept-
this one is. I'm really happy about it. I saw
Okay.
a Moomin on the thumbnail, and I'm
Oh, pushing the boat on this one. Get it?
I didn't hear you properly. I'm sorry, dog.
I said pushing the boat out on this one.
Oh, nice. Very nice.
Humans
I
are
never liked spiders
weird.
that are too small to talk with. It's very good advice. Oh, dog, did your stream freeze? Because it's still playing for me.
Oh, it's not playing for me. Oh, okay.
Maybe give yourself a little refresh.
Give myself a refresh. Oh, it went back to the beginning now.
Are you definitely still
I
synced?
paused it.
There you go.
It's moving again.
Yes,
Yeah.
sure is.
I was gonna say maybe too long on that shot, but it wasn't yours. Man.
I love Moomins. It's so
It's
comforting and creepy at the same time.
Swifty has a friend who hates the Moomins, and Swifty's tradition is to give them
I'm
Moomins presents.
obligated as a friend to constantly buy them presents.
We have
that
a
are
set of Moomins dice that we still have that is like the threat of a gift, but we've had it for like 8 years.
Did you say the threat of a gift?
Yeah.
They'll get
Give them the Moomins.
I will.
What? Wait, what is a Moomin? I don't know this.
You don't know what a Moomin is?
It's a
Oh.
Scandinavian
Oh my gosh, JJ.
folktale animated series. The character that's saying, "Did you find anything
Yeah, it's
interesting?"
a little hippo-like character
is a
in this.
Moomin.
Is a Moomin.
That's a Moomin. That's
It's
a
like
Moomin.
a well-known. I'd say it's a children's property, but it's got a lot of adult fans as well because it's like a very chill kind of slice of life. Little stories about these creatures called the Moomins and their kind of world full of other creatures.
It kind of exists in the same place in my head as Babar, the elephant.
Okay.
You know Babar?
I know that one. I know that one.
See?
What?
People know Babar.
I don't know what that is.
and,
I've never heard of that.
Okay,
Yeah, so let's have a
so
look.
my first thing. Oh, are these all spiders?
I think they are all spiders.
First things first, that tone is too dark, and so those spiders are getting lost in it, at least on my monitor. And so, back to what I always say, clarity is the most important thing. I generally don't go. I usually don't go darker than like. I don't go darker than 50%, because then stuff starts getting lost.
Yeah.
And so even in like tone, like when I'm toning things, I keep it at like 40 is the darkest I'll go.
Yeah.
Just because the most important thing here with the storyboard is all of that information. And so on this, I definitely wouldn't go so dark because I missed the spider at first. And so you see, it's got to be talking to the spider then. Well, obviously with the context of the line.
Yeah.
But I would honestly have him have it is. I'm not sure where that spider is that he's talking to because we see it on the left here, and then we see it on the right.
You just picked one up and dropped one just now.
Yeah. I never liked spiders that are too small to talk with. Would it be that you're back? Oh, I'm sorry. He's talking to these three.
Yeah.
And he's saying, I don't like talking to spiders. They're boring, basically.
Full spiders, yeah.
I think I'm just a little unclear with the geography then. Because if, when you look at it, the eye line is kind of, all right. So I think what's happening is we got the island and the ship moves away.
Mm-hmm.
And then this character is looking back at it at the beginning of the shot. And that's how we arrive at this composition. I think that's what's happening. But if that's what's happening, then this shot should be more like this.
I think I interpreted
as if those
that
characters
rock
are here.
as just being. I might be completely wrong. I interpreted this rock as being a completely different rock to the island they just left. Like, I interpret it as just a rock passing in the ocean as they're sailing.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if that's
Possible.
Yeah, it's possible. I don't know if that's right or not.
In which case,
but
map.
But then clarity is the key, as JJ was saying. So if it's unclear in any way,
there's a credible argument for both, and it's not clear which it is. So that's a problem.
yeah,
But what I would definitely say is that the screen directions are a problem here. Like, as if this character is looking at the 3 in the front of the boat, that doesn't line up with where they are. So that character would be here, looking that direction. But we have them looking that direction. So that's a problem. So I think the big thing here would be just tie down your screen directions and geography so that it's super clear where everyone is. I would... Well, that's probably fine.
Where's the mast and the sail?
Oh boy.
Oh, let's not think of... Well, I suppose we have to think about it as storyboarders, don't we? That's
Good
our
catch.
job. Oh, I'm
Yeah,
like, we
honestly-
can just... No, we can't though.
Sorry.
Yeah, honestly, what is...
You could...
I don't even-
There must be a
I
way
don't
for
even know
us
what
to
small
use
boat
that
looks
to
like.
help.
Honestly, if you stage Moomin in front of it,
Yeah.
then that's your anchor point for that, for behind him. So if his shots are kind of like, if there's a stage like that and you see the big sail behind him, that then becomes an anchor point, you know?
Yeah. I wonder as well whether this eye line is like an acting problem where he's kind of looking away from them, in which case you could fix that by just having him look back towards them at the front, like at the end of the shot, so that we understand that he's looking at them.
Yeah, you need the shot where he actually looks at them, or you need the pose where he looks at them before you can have them before you can have him look away from them. Otherwise, the audience isn't going to understand that he is looking away from them.
Yeah.
It's going to look like he's looking at them, but in the wrong place, and it's disorienting.
Yeah.
That's what I got for this one.
Yeah, other than that, I think this is nice. Like, the only thing I'd probably adjust here at the end is I'd bring him a bit more center for that final button on the scene, just because I think it's always nice to like change up the composition and end on something nice and strong when you're ending a scene. So rather than just having 3/4, because that's been his position the whole time, I'd maybe punchline that on having him a bit more center.
Maybe kill off one of the 3 characters he's talking to just to punctuate the scene.
Michael, no.
Oh.
You know what he's talking to? They're really like creepy and weird looking. I like them.
Yeah, I like him too. I like the whole
No
vibes
idea.
of this. I like getting to see the back of the boat a little bit there, JJ. That's nice.
Yeah, just ground it. Ground
Yeah.
it. Give some geography.
Yeah,
Ground it.
nice. Don't grind
Nice.
your boat, but ground your scene.
3 more.
3 more. Let's
I just
go.
heard a voice. I don't know if that was JJ or maybe not.
You heard a voice. Are you okay, Doug?
It said nice, but it didn't sound like JJ.
That's probably JJ.
You're tripping out, Miriam.
Did you say nice? I need to know.
Doug, I think your screen's frozen again. Do you want to give it a little jiggle?
Jiggle? Oh. Let me do a refresh.
Yeah. There we go.
Oh, I did a refresh.
Yeah, it's working. Oh!
I see a hill.
I see it.
All right. So my first thought, the timing is too fast. And so a lot of stuff happens too quickly to understand.
Yeah. I'm
Second
having a
off,
little bit
it's
of trouble
moving.
parsing it.
Yeah, and since the timing is so fast, the looseness of it makes it even harder to read. So, and the lack of backgrounds makes it even more confusing, or not confusing, just harder to understand.
Yeah, probably see the last 4 hours for advice on all of that.
I see the
Yeah.
poses are nice and dynamic though, but yeah, definitely like I don't really see a clear indication of blue entering the frame, so them appearing in front of them is a bit of a surprise. And then I'm not completely sure what's happening when we have the like smear lines. I think again, getting some nice kind of keystones of your backgrounds in so we can see where the character's running to will be really helpful. Because it looks like they're next to a train and then they end up next to a car and they seem like they're coming out of a window, but it's just a little bit unclear.
Yeah, like
They
the
literally
character just
disappear
pops
there.
off here. You really need some indications about do they exit going up? Are they jumping over are they on top of like a truck or something and jumping off? Are they going off screen here? All questions, and it could be anything because we don't actually know where they go.
Yeah, and actually even just an arrow like that to indicate can be hugely helpful in Storyboard if you don't have time to do a full pose.
Yeah.
I mean, are those lines speed lines for them having left?
They might be.
Because that's they don't hook
But
up.
because the train is indicated in the same way in a previous scene, my brain was like, oh, well, that's the train going by again.
So I guess
that
they're
was my
running
thought.
after it.
Oh, they're probably on a train platform, huh?
Yeah, I think so.
And then maybe jumping on
And
top
jumping on
of
top
the
of the train. I think that's what's happening.
Looking back
So
on
the
this,
big piece of feedback, but then they got the car coming in,
Yeah.
and how does that tie? So the big piece of feedback here is honestly, it just, even though it's rough, it still needs more clarity, because if I'm reviewing these rough storyboards, I don't know how to give feedback on, like, if this is work and I'm reviewing these rough storyboards from one of my artists, I don't know how to give feedback on that because so many of my questions, like, where are they? What are they doing? What happened here? Rather than, okay, I understand this. Here's how we make sure the story is written clearly.
Yeah, like if you know what they're going for, you can give them advice on how best to achieve that. But if you're not sure what they're going for, it's really hard to give advice because any advice you give could push them in the wrong direction for what they're aiming to do.
looking back on this challenge, it's like we asked you to take a scene from an excerpt in a book, but really what the challenge is we shouldn't have to read the excerpt from the book. And if we have to, then the board isn't holding up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's interesting that that's kind of emerged as a kind of test as to which ones are holding the most water in terms of the submissions. Which I think is like, very cool to learn as well because it really shows you how important it is to establish your characters, the environments, if you're going to be showing it to, pitching boards or stories to anyone.
If I may.
Well, what it is, like in work, the audience isn't going to read the script. They can only see what's on the screen.
Oh, that's such a,
If I may.
Great advice.
So
true.
Simpsons quote, "We are here to lead, not to read."
No, well, that's the job, isn't it? Like JJ said, it's like, people aren't going to be reading the script. It's all got to be in the visuals.
Yeah. All right. 2 more.
Yeah.
Doggo.
Nice environments, nice drawings.
Doggo moved.
Oh.
Cool. Cool. Oh,
Ooh, look at that.
This one's super cool. And what's really effective about this one is even though the drawings are super loose, they're still generally pretty solid. The backgrounds are super simple, but the perspective is clear and the sense of what this environment is certainly clear enough. I assume what I'm looking at is characters kind of at the top of a stairwell. Well, I look at this and I go, oh, that's the top of a stairwell.
Yeah.
So they're looking at the top of a stairwell, but then something catches their attention. It's like, oh, that's not where I thought this thing was. And so they look and like it builds. It's like I was talking about. You want the audience asking questions and then you want to answer those questions. That strings them along. That's a good carrot to keep them engaged. So we start. All right, characters are clearly in a tense situation.
We've got a little push-in, which adds to that tenseness as well.
Yeah, the dog is barking and growling at something. So it's like, oh shit, where are we? What's going on? And then, boom, what the hell was that? That's the question the audience asks, because that's honestly that's the question that the freaking characters are asking too.
Yeah.
So now we're in sync with the characters. Not only are we interested in what's happening in the scene, but we're in the character's point of view for it. That's great. They kind of look at it. It's great. These drawings are super rough, super simple, but it's like just that little glance back at each other. That's great. That's great storytelling. And
Also-
even though it's so simple, it says something about those characters and their relationship.
Also, their stances in the first shot, they feel pretty strong, like they know what they're about.
Yeah.
Second one, they don't know what shit's going on, nothing. All they got weak stances.
Yeah. And now we're literally like looking at this kind of from their perspective.
Where's the
And
dog?
we see something else. Dog's right there.
Yeah, that's where the dog should be. Watch the scene. The dog moves around. Continuity dog error.
The only thing I might adjust about this next shot is I'd love the next shot to be a bit closer on these. Then we have that cool shot with the
This one,
lightning. Yeah.
I would, if this stuff's falling here on the top third, I would probably have it a little more like that, so that it's like here. I think that could just be a little. Well, let me adjust. So if your vanishing point's here, maybe vanishing point's there. Maybe something a little more like that. Just because I think but that's just a subjective thing. I think that might be a little stronger if it was just bringing it down a little bit, but maybe not. That's me doodling it because the storytelling ideas are clear. These are the right ideas.
I think in this shot, I'm a little confused by the orientation of the camera here. I'm assuming that doorway is off that
Characters
direction.
are over here, right?
Yeah.
So if we got our map,
So I'd love to see at the end of the wall, just, on the right-hand side of the screen.
So the characters aren't appreciating this shadow puppetry that this villain's putting on.
Well, they'll see it on the wall, so.
Yeah, but it'll be like super thin. Sorry.
I think it's the cameras. I think it's here.
Yeah.
But I think you were saying something that centering this more. You wanted to see that. I think I agree. I think I agree with centering it because it is presenting really important information to the audience. And then honestly, dude, the shadow play is so cool. Honestly, what you can do is you just like adjust to show the shadow.
Yeah. Yeah, because I would love to see that a little bit bigger because it feels like such important information.
Yeah. The one other thing I'd say here, your screen direction, they're looking slightly to the right, and then when we cut, they're looking to the left. I would just noodle this shot. I would just noodle their eye lines in this shot.
Just have them
So
looking
that-
more directly. Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of like, honestly, even if it was like totally neutral, or not totally neutral, you get the dog looking this way, her looking this way, and him looking this way. Then when you cut, I think you're still in good shape. This is super cool.
Yeah.
And it's a really good example of how you don't need to be super clean to be super clear.
Yeah.
Continuity dog error, though. You gotta move the dog.
Wait, I think is this the last
Pay
one?
most attention to the dog. It is.
Woo! What a speed run.
Nice.
All right.
All right. Oh my gosh, I was so traumatized I water shipped down when I was a kid.
It's just rabbits.
It's just rabbits.
First things first, I don't really understand what's happening. I don't understand the context for this first shot. I assume this character is scared by something and is now kind of like shaking, and then this character is coming to kind of reassure them. But I think we just need context for what is causing this reaction.
Yeah, it feels from the dialogue like this character, I think it's Fiverr, the one on the left, is worried that this other character isn't okay. So it might not be what happens in the book, but I feel like it'd be clearer just to have this character kind of looking worried and then Fiverr maybe hop over the hill or something, dragging the thing, and then to have the realization that they're okay. Because the fact that they don't know if they're alright and they're right next to them is a little confusing just if you don't know where you're coming in on the story.
Yeah. And also take I think, just a posing thing. I gather that this character is probably supposed to be limping, but man, those are really small steps. So I would give that a little more love. It's not even necessarily more poses. It's really working out the clearest poses to communicate the action. On this shot, it's a little flat. I would maybe lower the camera or lower so the horizon line is maybe a little more like this. That's going to help you take advantage more of these foreground elements you have.
Yeah, that's nice. It's nice framing there.
Just here, these are really long snouts. So you'd probably see some of their eyes here. But get that being the case is going to create a jump cut here, I think.
Yeah, so you could just cut in a
So
little
I'd
bit
go-
more here.
I honestly,
Yeah.
go like that. Or, actually, I'd probably even start like that. And you could probably even, maybe even adjust out to this framing or cut. But yeah. I think my issue here is that these rabbits come out of nowhere. And again, like I've said a lot of times, I know that we're kind of jumping it, dropping into the middle of scenes. But just you never want to confuse your audience or your viewer. So even if honestly, like a shot like this, well, first off, they would definitely
Yeah, they'd be back there, right?
be back here.
There they are. It's the rabbit 10 pins.
I love the
10
short
pins
hand.
from bowling.
Hook them up here.
Lovely drawings, by the way.
Yeah, very nice.
You really feel the gravity of the scene.
We're alive, all of us.
What do you mean I'm a city boy who didn't grow up in nature and doesn't know what a rabbit looks like? Get out of here.
Have you ever seen a rabbit, JJ?
We actually had a pet rabbit when I was a
Aw.
kid. And
City Boy owns the rabbits.
my mom definitely pulled the oh no, the rabbit went up to the farm.
Oh
on us.
no. Oh.
Yeah. I don't know what if the rabbit died or if she gave it away, but she definitely said, "Oh no, our neighbor has a friend that has a rabbit sanctuary or something." So the rabbit's gonna go live there because I think that they didn't like the rabbit because it was eating the side of the house.
It was
And so
eating the house.
yeah, because it lived kind of like in our side yard, and it's like eating the side of the wood on the side of the house. So I think they're like, let's get this thing out of here. On this one, on this shot, honestly, instead of this, I might even like go wide.
My dad dropped my
That'd be
rabbit down the
nice.
stairs.
Doy! What? I mean, I'm assuming not deliberately.
Not deliberately, but it did happen.
Rabbits are fragile creatures.
Yeah,
It often doesn't end well for rabbits.
yeah, it Yeah.
I remember we found a rabbit once that was like injured, and we took it in to help it heal, and I think it had a heart attack because it was so scared. It's like they're just fragile.
I saw a rabbit like run over a hill and die.
Oh yeah, you told me that it just died. Did you ever find out why? Was it a heart attack or something? It shouldn't be funny, but the image really is.
Well, see, I'll set the scene for you, okay?
Oh no, I remember why. I remember what happened.
I'll set the scene for you.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of hills, and in the middle of these hills, there's a small divot of just like a little an anti-hill, you know, like
A valley?
yeah, tiny one, tiny valley. And sitting on the edge of this valley is a person.
You're telling this story in a very strange way.
Yeah, I know. Someone I knew.
Because I know where it's going.
Someone I knew found a rabbit and decided that they wanted to.
A dead rabbit.
A dead rabbit. Just a dead rabbit. Decided that they wanted to skin that rabbit. They were gonna skin the rabbit.
Yeah,
so
they're a bit of a survivalist.
So they're sitting there and they're skinning this rabbit, and then another rabbit,
a second rabbit.
a second rabbit ran over the hill and into the valley. And
saw
this and just fucking died.
And so what did your friend do, Doug?
I guess skinned the other one.
They were like, oh great, another one.
But I think at this point,
it kept happening, and then a third one came and saw the two dead rabbits had died. And then the fourth one came looking for his family. It's like,
Oh, this is what I'm saying. They're fragile creatures.
oh, what a perfect.
They can't take much trauma.
but I think at this point they were kind of like, we probably should not eat these rabbits because they've probably been poisoned.
On the off chance they're not just dying of heart attacks, they may have ingested something.
They may have ingested something that just made them stop. Yeah.
Anyway, this long shot is lovely.
So Watership Down,
I would
everybody.
I would suggest kind of a shot like this, because that'll give us the where are the other rabbits. It'll show this character going up to the scared one. Just give us, kind of orient us a little bit in the scene. And I would maybe, once this character starts moving, you can have them kind of take a few steps here.
Yeah.
And then I would actually cut to this one.
Oh, nice.
That's a cool, I like your instinct cutting to this kind of broken peg, because it is story relevant later. So from there, then you can go to kind of this wide shot, and I think that would be nice.
Yeah, I think that'd be really lovely. Actually, I really love that idea.
Yeah. And honestly, I might, from here, instead of going profile and then cutting, I might adjust the framing of this shot so that you can cover a few things in one. So you can, kind of do like an over the shoulder. I'm still alive. Oh boy. Imagine this is well framed.
I was just giggling because you just drew them like people and then added ears, which is great.
Yes.
Have I told you about my favorite cartoon, Bucky O'Hare and the Toad Wars? It's about a rabbit that looks like a person with ears.
It's Captain Bucky O'Hare.
Dude, Bucky O'Hare's so good though.
Somebody give JJ a Bucky O'Hare show.
Yeah,
In fact,
let JJ reboot Bucky O'Hare because it'd be the greatest thing ever.
it's Bucky O'Hare.
Dude, it'd be nuts. I'd go ham on that.
So cool.
There, you get
There
my
it is.
Bucky fan. Oh boy, I'm doing a disservice.
I
to
love
the
that
compliment.
character from Watership Down.
But anyway, I would frame the shot more like this, kind of an over the shoulder. I'm still alive, and then you can just have the character look and gesture to
And
the
adjust.
other ones in back, and you can do an adjust. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're all of us. And that's the kind of the thinking I do when I'm. So a rule that one of my teachers taught that is it holds pretty solid for me. You should be able to cover a page, so script pages, a page of dialogue in 10 shots and a page of action in about 15 shots. Action sometimes goes up to 20 because you create, quick cutting creates rhythms. But 15 to 20 shots for action. I bring that up because what I'll do with my first pass of kind of just shot planning is once I got all the shots I think I need, I then circle back and go, all right, can I combine any of these into one shot? Because you don't want one shot per piece of information. You only want to cut when you need to. Oh, wait, let me rephrase that. You cut when you need to reveal new information. You don't need to cut for every single line or stuff like that. And so it's a little more graceful storytelling if you look for ways to kind of create multiple compositions within one shot. And so it's something like this.
Sorry.
But something like this covers. It's using one setup and a camera movement to cover what was 2 shots before.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of thing that's that works really nicely.
Covering a page in 10 shots is also much harder than it sounds because
Mm-hmm.
I've tried it and you quickly realize how many shots you're kind of wasting.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a great thing to try and do.
So what you're saying
Still
is
trying
you
to
have to
learn.
compress all your dialogue shots into as least amount of shots as possible, so you get more shots for your action.
No, that's
Yes.
not what. No.
No, but I get what it really though. If you watch like really good filmmakers, a lot of I've been studying a lot of Steven Spielberg over the last few years.
Dude.
Starting with Transformers because they're like, we want this show to fill like an 80s Amblin movie like E.T. or like the Goonies. And so really I started studying Spielberg a lot more and kind of breaking down, all right, well, what shots does he choose? When does he cut and why? And what I really picked up on is, he has a lot of really long takes where he'll let just dialogue play out between actors and let the actors drive the scene. And he'll only cut when he needs to underscore something really important.
That shot in Jaws where the characters are on the car boat thing going from one side
That's
to
literally
another.
one that JJ linked me.
It's crazy the amount of different character
Compositions?
staging all in that
Yeah.
one shot.
He gets so many different compositions out of one camera.
Yeah. It an exercise I'll do, I'll literally I'll put a scene on mute and I'll count shots.
Yeah.
Because it's you in a good scene, it's usually less than you think. It's just that the storytelling is so strong that you assume it has to be more.
Yeah.
But they're able to just really efficiently cover things in different, various compositions.
I don't know if this is true or not. My brain is telling me, and it's also crazy impressive. Isn't Jaws either Spielberg's first or at least maybe his second film?
It's Duel is his first. Jaws might be his second.
So he did
Oh my
that
gosh.
kind of shot idea in his second time around. He worked in TV and stuff either before that though, didn't he?
Oh, he was he's and still is an absolute obsessive about filmmaking. I think he just
Yeah.
loves the craft.
And animation, he loved it.
It's his. So Duel was his first movie, which was a TV movie. Then he did Sugarland Express, and then he did Jaws.
Wow.
But also, Sugarland Express also has that same kind of filmmaking.
Yeah.
So his first theatrical feature has that.
His blocking
Damn.
is just so bonkers good.
Yeah. Yeah, so Jaws was his third movie,
Oh my
Wow.
gosh.
and that includes Duel. Have you ever seen Duel?
No, I haven't.
Oh my god, it's so awesome.
Let's watch it
It's
together.
about a guy who's being hunted by a pickup truck or by a big rig truck.
Oh my god. I
Like
need to
you don't
watch
see
it.
you don't see the driver of this truck. He cuts the they're like on the highway, and he cuts the truck off or something, and the truck decides to get revenge.
The truck remembers.
Dude, it's so cool.
Oh, I should check it out because it's a short film as well, isn't it?
I don't think it's probably not super long. It's probably less than 90 minutes.
Oh, I thought it was like 20 minutes. Okay, it's a full length film. Okay, that's rad.
It's so rad. It's so cool.
I would definitely check that out.
You want to go watch an ad?
Do it.
Yeah, why not?
Oh my god, what time is it for you guys?
It's pretty late. It's pretty early now.
Well, I'm really glad we didn't do it midnight my time last night.
Yeah, oh my gosh. We would never have got through it. We would have been here at like 4 a.m.
We would have been a
We
little
got
bit
through
more
all of them
loopy.
though.
I do want to just say as well though, like I really like the back end of this storyboard, the last couple of shots. I really like the way that Jade handled them. Like the peg shot here, and then this shot on Fiverr, and then the last shot on Hazel. I think they're all really nice. Like, it works really well with the dialogue, the way that the timing's done there.
I also just want to call out here, like this is pretty darn close to that ear of the camera, and look how just like engaging it is.
Yeah.
Like you really like seeing into that soul of that character.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
You know,
absolutely.
like this shot is not as effective if it's like, tell us what to do.
Yeah.
But this, it's almost like they're saying it to us.
Yeah. 100%.
So engaging. And really beautiful drawings.
Yeah.
Cool. That's all I got.
Great work. Oh my gosh, I can't believe... JJ, when you said you were going to speedrun them, I didn't expect you to actually give, like, as much time and legit critique as you did to every single person. I really feel like everyone would have got something out of that who submitted. So thank you so much for taking the extra time to go through them.
Yeah, thanks for enduring me.
Oh my... What are you talking about? You're super
You know
welcome
me.
anytime.
I ramble.
Dude, I love hanging out with you. It's the best.
Yeah, no, it's super fun hanging out with you guys.
Yeah, honestly, if we could just talk about storyboarding for another 6 hours, we probably would.
Yeah, that's why all of our note reviews are so long. Because like we spend like an hour talking about like I'll go, oh wait, have you seen this movie? Like it's kind of like this scene, and then we'll just start talking about movies for 45 minutes and go, oh wait, that's right, back on topic.
Yeah, it's honestly terrible. Like we spend so long just talking about stuff which isn't what we're meant to be talking about.
Yeah, there was a thing
but
I
it's
want.
all relevant.
There was a thing I wanted to bring up when you were talking about like looking at the ear of the camera, and it was a Twitter thread that I saw where someone noticed that in the film The Shining, Jack Nicholson just keeps looking directly into the camera.
Oh, that's so unsettling.
Throughout the
right?
whole movie. And they didn't notice that anyone else had kind of picked up on it. But yeah,
It's unsettling, I think, when a character looks directly at the audience because it's breaking an unspoken rule. So that's a great way to really like unsettle the viewers.
Yeah, it's like sometimes his eye just flicks to the camera. Other times it like just fully looks at it. And there's one point where he's going like from one room like this, and then he just fully looks right into the camera as he's going by. Like when he's in axe murderer mode, so he's just kind of like, and you're next, and then keeps going.
That's terrifying.
Oh man,
because he shouldn't be able to see you, right? Because you're meant to be an invisible observer.
Like your camera, JJ.
Yeah, nice ears. This is what we all actually look like.
And it's not
movies.
it's not a mistake or unintentional, because there's documentary evidence where like Kubrick is like lying on the floor with the camera looking up, and he's like, now found a way to look down at the camera in this shot. It's just like,
that's so cool. That really shows an awareness of like the language of cinema, though.
Yeah.
Like that's a great example of breaking the rules deliberately in order to make your audience uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's like knowing the effect of breaking that rule and strategically using it.
Yeah.
So now, watch The Shining again and see if you can see them looking at you, at your soul.
It's Stanley Kubrick. He's pretty decent at movies, isn't he?
He's all right.
He's all right.
Yeah.
He made one or two.
honestly, like, I have huge admiration for anyone who makes any movie ever. Like,
Yeah, one of my teachers was a DreamWorks feature story artist, and he would say, like, dude, making movies is so hard. It's a miracle that any of them are watchable, let alone good.
Right? Yeah, that's how I feel. It's like, you know, it's easy to look maybe at some more amateur movies and laugh, but
Yeah.
to me, it's just a miracle they made anything, because making stuff is hard. Like, anyone who makes anything, I think, deserves respect for it.
Yeah,
Putting themselves out there.
totally.
Yeah.
Speaking of making stuff,
Yeah, making stuff. Thank you
Maybe.
guys so much for submitting your awesome storyboards. And thank you so much to JJ for helping us review them.
Yeah, dude, it's been super fun.
Woo!
Woohoo!
And
Yeah?
what's the next challenge?
Oh, should I drop it now? Listen, we went to see Spider-Verse. So the next challenge is going to be design yourself a spider sauna and animate them doing some cool action like swinging from a web or something. Make yourself a Spider-Verse.
Yeah.
Make sure that the action is like, it's short, it's simple, but, you know, have fun with it.
One of the cool things I noticed about in the Spider-Verse movie is that each spider person moves in a way that's particular to them. So part of this is like, if you design a Spider-Verse or a spider sauna, how would that affect their web slinging, and like how would they move while they use their webs and stuff?
Like the way that Gwen moves like a ballerina.
Yeah.
You know? Whereas, you know, Peter's way more coordinated, but also kind of sloppy. Like, it's going to be a fun challenge to see how you decide to make them move, how you decide to make them web sling, and how you decide to make them look. JJ, what would your spider sauna be like?
Something like this.
I'm seeing it, hell yeah.
Surfer.
Would you have a
web
surfboard?
surfer?
Yeah, probably.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Hell yeah. That's so cool.
It's like he's a web surfer, but then you just cut to him and he's just on the internet.
He's surfing. I was going to say he's surfing the web. That's really good. He's just at a computer.
Spider bear.
That's actually super rad, JJ. I really like that. I like the glasses on top of the spider suit.
He's got to take those glasses off before he gets in the water, man.
He has to like tape them onto the side of his suit. But yeah, have fun with it, and no pressure to spend any more than 3 hours on it. 3 hours is like the limit for challenges, so you can go over if you want, but no pressure to. You can submit something which is rough, that's totally fine, doesn't need to be cleaned up, doesn't need to be coloured.
And make it fun.
Yeah, have a good time.
And have fun making it. And that's our stream.
Yeah.
Woo!
Woo!
Thanks so much, JJ, and thank you everyone for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course.
Next time it'll be shorter. Or maybe next time
Or
it'll
maybe-
hit 5 hours.
Yeah, or maybe not. Maybe next time will be even longer. We'll see. It depends what we're going to be doing.
Next time we need a timer for
Yeah.
each word.
So true. All right. Well, yeah, we'll head off. We'll probably just end the stream.
Yeah.
Rather than raid someone, because I can't be bothered to find someone. so yeah. And everyone have a great day, and until next time,
May the rest
of your day
be filled
with
adventure. Take care, everybody.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.